3 in the NFL. The Chicago Bears host the Dallas Cowboys later on this afternoon. 3:25 kick at Soldier Field. It's Bleck and Abdalla hanging out with you each and every game day for the Chicago Bears. We're on 4 hours before kick. Then we hand it off to the network pregame show with Sylvie, Waddle, and Dion live inside Gato at Soldier Field at the Dr. Pepper patio. They will take you to coverage of kickoff with Joniak, Thayer, and McKee on the sidelines. Then we have 4 hours of Bears post-game coverage after the game right here on ESPN Chicago. If you are a baseball fan and you're looking for White Sox baseball today, you can find that on WGN Radio. The White Sox play the Padres at 1:10. So White Sox coverage is over on WGN Radio today. It's Bleck and Abdalla hanging out with you at 312-332-3776. The Bears are 0-2. They get blown out last Sunday against the Lions on the road. They were embarrassed. How does this team respond today in what unfortunately feels like one of those, it's too early to say it's a must-win, but the Bears need to get a win today against the Cowboys.
Yeah, I mean, it's not must-win until it's must-win. And this is as must-win as it can be as must-win in week 3 is a must-win. Can I say must-win more times?
Yeah, but like, isn't that the vibe? Isn't that what it feels like today?
It is, because you can't go on the road and have a pressing game against a very experienced head coach. And I understand we're going to be out there. It's going to be Vegas. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be so much fun. Bears fans are going to travel. It's going to be.
It should be a party.
It should be a party, but you don't want that party to be a little tight. Like, you don't want that party to have a little edge to it, right? And going in 0-3 to that party is not something you want to have to deal with. So going into the bye at 2-2 is all good, right? It's something that we all kind of anticipated as something that could be a possibility. Going in at 3-1 would have been a lot better. I don't think anybody anticipated 4-0. 1-3 would be okay, but 2-2 is kind of what everyone assumed would take place. Now, coming off of giving up 52 points is not something that anybody would have anticipated. A loss to two teams in your division is not an ideal way to start the season, but you can still rebound and find a way to salvage this season. And I think that you have a winnable game at home against a team that is struggling just as much as you are on defense, but has a very, very good high-flying offense coming in, and your defense is reeling and is very injured, and your offense is going to have to do something that they have struggled to do the last 2 games, is that is put up points consistently and throughout the entire game, and not just when it needs to at the beginning of games and at the end of games, but throughout the entire game.
Yeah, I understand that. You and I have discussed this on our show 2 to 3 weekdays right here on ESPN 1000 each and every day. We've talked about this the entire week. We disagree, and that's okay, because I think just agreement radio doesn't really work for most people. So, like, it's okay that you think that. I think today is 100% about the defense. If this Bears defense doesn't show up and make Dak Prescott uncomfortable and get some stops, I'm not saying all the stops, just stop the bleeding. Just stop it a little bit. Allow the offense to do what you're just calling for. Mm-hmm. See if the offense can keep it going, keep scoring points. I have more confidence today in the offense being successful than this defense being successful. The Bears are dead last in the NFL in defensive yards per play, giving up 7.1 yards per play. Dead last, 32nd. I believe last year they were 30th. This defense is now going on its second straight year of being god-awful defensively. Mm-hmm. There's big names on the defense. We'll talk about some of the news from yesterday. Jalen Johnson was placed on IR yesterday. There's reports that he's seeking an opinion on whether or not to get surgery. It sounds like Jalen Johnson's not going to be around for the majority of this season.
Yeah.
So that's one. You've had other injuries with the defense. Kyler Gordon out today. TJ Edwards out today. So there are a lot of injuries on the defense, and the defense seems to have zero backbone. None. They have no teeth. They can't get after quarterbacks, can't stop the run, can't do anything. So to me, and you and I have talked about this all week, my biggest concern is the defense. Now, the one positive that I think spins into the idea that maybe it's a shootout and maybe this Bears offense can figure it out, and if they can score more points, maybe they win today, is that Dallas, even though the Bears are 32nd defensive yards per play, Dallas is 30th, giving up 6.4 yards per play. And we saw last week against the Giants, Russell Wilson, who can't play anymore, was throwing it all over the field on this Cowboys secondary. So I think it should be an entertaining game. I'm just concerned that our defense is going to be so bad that Dak, at the end of the game, is just going to continue to put up points, and we just won't be able to keep pace with that.
Well, yeah, I'm just going to go with what I have seen the last 5 quarters of football. And the last 5 quarters, I've seen this defense not be able to stop anybody. And the first 3 quarters against the Vikings, they were great. And they didn't have these guys out there. They didn't have Jalen Johnson. They didn't have TJ Edwards. Now, for a little bit of the Lions game, they did. And those guys went out after re-injuring. Jalen Johnson had a different injury, but it was because of the first injury. TJ Edwards re-injured his hamstring, so he's out again. And so they didn't have those guys out there for parts of the Lions game. Now, they're not going to be out there again, but I'm going with what I know to be true. This defense can't stop anybody. And I also saw Caleb Williams play a little bit better than he did in the Vikings game. So now I look at this defense coming in the Cowboys, and this is an opportunity where I look at the injury report. Nobody's hurt on offense. DeAndre Swift is expected to play. And so nobody should be injured on offense. Everybody's a full go. So I'm looking at that. The way we disagree is I'm looking at everybody's a full go.
Yeah.
This should be an opportunity where Caleb Williams can get the ball out because this is such a bad defense. And from what I saw last week with the Giants and Russell Wilson, that's why I'm saying, okay, show me what you've got. This is what I want to see. It's time for you guys to bring up your end of the bargain. I've seen Ben Johnson be able to scheme guys open. I've seen that this offensive line needs to show me that they can, go through a game at home. All right. Crowd noise shouldn't be an issue. Hopefully, maybe some of the Bears fans decided not to sell their tickets last minute. Let's hope so. And so crowd noise isn't an issue. And maybe they don't need to use a silent count in their own stadium. And Caleb Williams isn't having, first and 15s and second and 18s and all that kind of stuff because of false starts, because of, offensive linemen and wide receivers and running backs and whatnot. And they can have clean plays and clean drives, and they can move the ball down the field, because this should be a game where your offense can shine against a bad defense with the stats that you just mentioned. And so that's what I want to see, because with the guys out on defense and from what I've seen the last 5 quarters of football from the Bears, I don't expect them to be able to stop Dak. And because if you look at the two teams going into this, the better offense is the Dallas Cowboys. Mm-hmm. The more proven quarterback is Dak Prescott. When he's healthy, what we've seen, like obviously last year he wasn't healthy. He's not going to be an MVP candidate. The year before that, he was an MVP candidate. He went healthy. He's a great quarterback. He's got the more proven weapons. He's got the better weapons. And now I would say that the better coach is the better scheme, all that, I'm giving to Ben Johnson. But the guy that can execute that, I'm going to trust Dak Prescott. So if it's a tight game and we're coming down to the fourth quarter, I'm going to give the edge to the Dallas Cowboys. Now, can the Bears keep up with that? I don't know if they're going to be able to, because I haven't seen it yet.
In the scene in Die Hard where the cop that shows up is backing out and he's yelling, "They're turning my car into Swiss cheese."
Yeah.
That's going to be Dak on the Bears defense today.
Yeah.
I think that's why when you explain all of this, that goes to the idea that they are more experienced. Dak Prescott, healthy, is a top 10 quarterback. Mm-hmm. And I think that's something where people lose sight with opinions and takes with the quarterbacks around the National Football League, is that when Dak is healthy and going, he gets MVP votes. He's been that. And he's healthy today. They are the better offense, and that's what scares me about today's matchup is Dennis Allen needs to show up and prove to why he's got the credentials to scheme up a defense to limit what the Cowboys do. And allow this offense, because you're right, I think if there's one offense that is more likely to have a bumpier go today, it is the Bears offense. But I do think that there are players that are open. The quarterback is progressing. which I know that there are some in the national media that don't want to actually focus in on what took place last week against Detroit. Caleb Williams actually looked pretty good. He had a couple of epic mistakes, but for the most part, he was making the right calls in the huddle and the right reads and finding the right receiver and looking comfortable in the pocket and looking much better than he did from week 1 to week 2. So there is development there. And I think if you allow this team to stick in this game, I would love to see how that looks. I would love to see middle of the fourth quarter, both teams tied ball game, 24-24. Who's going to outplay the other? And that's where my concern comes in, where I don't think it's going to be that. I think this defense is just going to give up so many points that the Bears are going to be scrambling on offense. And so then you mentioned guys that are healthy. DeAndre Swift was on the injury report throughout the week with a quad injury. He was limited on Wednesday, limited on Thursday, limited on Friday. He's listed as questionable going into today. We'll find out in about an hour, 2 hours from now, whether or not DeAndre Swift is going to play today. It sounds like it's likely that he will.
Yeah.
Can the Bears' run game and this offense control the tempo of the game? You see what I'm saying? If the Bears defense forces a 3 and out, don't give it right back to the Cowboys. Run some time. Have the run game lead the way. Like, that would be a nice way to help out also your quarterback, who has looked frazzled at times here in the early go, even though he's developing. Like, I think it all marries together, and that is the way that you're going to have to win this game. Because, like, how else do you win today? Montez Sweat has a monster game? Ha! When's the last time we've ever seen when we ever talked about that with Montez Sweat? He got paid. He doesn't really do a whole lot for me.
No.
Odengbo had a nice first game.
Yeah.
He didn't do anything against the Lions.
No.
Tremaine Edmonds, is he going to participate today? Jaquan Brisker, he likes to tweet. He's got thoughts.
Well,
is he going to do anything today?
Apparently, according to Jaquan Brisker, that's up to Dennis Allen.
It's always the coach's fault, right?
Yeah.
It's never these players.
Right.
It's always the coaches who are to blame for all of this. And it feels, and it's starting to smell a little like last season, which is interesting because the players haven't really changed.
No.
The coaches are all new, and there's little hints here and there that perhaps it's the same complaints.
Well,
which would then lead you to believe who's really to blame for all of this, is that these players are not stepping up and playing.
And what's interesting about that is when you bring in a new coaching staff, those guys aren't going to go anywhere. The players are going to be the ones that are going.
Yeah, they're next.
Yeah.
They're next.
Yeah. And guys so like Jaquan Brisker are expendable.
Yeah, essentially. Yeah, he's a nice player,
sure,
but he's also a safety.
Yeah.
And on a defense, that's like the last line of importance.
A cheap safety.
Right. Like, it's one of those things where it's like, how about let's make some plays? Like the interceptions against the Patriots years ago. What was that? The Eberflus mini bye week survival game that the Bears had?
What a day.
Brisker had a day that day, right?
What a day.
That was a Brisker game.
Yeah.
Here's my point. Defensively, there's a lot of names who have been paid, don't really do anything. That's it. That's what this defense is. 2 years in a row, they're not very good. So, like today, Montes Sweat, you need to disrupt the pocket. Dak Prescott needs to be on the turf. His white uniform needs to have grass stains on it. That's something that needs to take place today. Otherwise, I just don't see it.
Well, I want to see pressure up the middle, too. You know, they're going to be starting a backup center as well. Their center is going to be missing this game. And so you got to generate pressure up the middle, too. So Grady Jarrett can step up there as well. You know, he was also on the injury report. He was removed on Friday, so he's going to be a full go as well. But just, you know, whether it's scheme from Dennis Allen, whether it's the players that you have available, I don't care how you get there. You have to find ways to stop this. This can't be a constant throughout the entire season. You have to find ways to stop these offenses because you're facing, I know that more and more quarterbacks are getting injured each week, but this isn't going to stop. You're facing Dak Prescott today. I understand you're going to Vegas next week, but you're facing better. Eventually you got to face the Ravens. You have to face better and better quarterbacks moving forward.
Don't ignore. Geno Smith is a very capable quarterback.
I saw the Vegas game last week. It wasn't great.
I said capable.
Yeah, he's capable.
He's capable. Against a bad defense, he's capable of putting up points.
But also, to your point about the run game, let's establish some drives here and get the defense some rest. Yeah. These 3 and outs aren't helping anybody.
No.
Okay? And it's not just the run game. Let's establish the run, too. Let's not come out throwing. I understand when you're down 18, 21 points, you got to start throwing to score, and just running the ball is not going to help, and you got to score fast, and throwing's the best way to do that. But you still have to stick with the run and establish the run. But 3 and outs aren't helping anybody, and your defense is getting tired. And that's how this starts to avalanche. And then all of a sudden you're down 14, 17, 21, 28. And then the game's just over in the third quarter, and then you're done.
And you know how that's going to go today in the stadium. This stadium, Adam mentioned it about 10 minutes ago. It's probably going to be about a 50-50 crowd. In my life I'm 40. I've been going to games since I was 7. So 30 years of attending, a little 30 plus years of attending Bears games at home. And there's no crowd fan base that travels for a team that's not in the division, the NFC North, like the Dallas Cowboys. They are always the loudest crowd for an opposing team that's not in the division that arrives at Soldier Field. So I would imagine if things look bad offensively early, like you're saying, they're giving up those 3 and outs, they're giving the ball right back to the Cowboys, and they get down by a couple scores, I do think the crowd's going to turn. I don't think there's a lot of patience with the Bears fan base for the way that this is going.
I'll tell you this right now. If the Bears get the ball and start with the ball, or even if they don't, first 3 and out, there will be booing.
Yeah,
there will be booing.
It's an interesting vibe with the fan base in this team at this moment. Bleck and Abdalla hanging out with you until 1 o'clock right here on ESPN 1000. Coming up next, Ben Johnson this week called out his team and their practice habits. It's not championship quality. We'll talk about it next.
The new home of the Bears.
The Cowboys are riding into Soldier Field.
The Chicago.
It's week 3 for the Bears. Kickoff today at 3:30. Join us for extensive pregame coverage starting at 11. We'll have instant reaction from players, coaches, analysts, and of course, you.
Put some respect on my name.
4 hours of post-game immersion after every game. It's Bears and Cowboys. 3:30 today on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana.
Do you ever scream at your screen when your 5G internet freezes? It's the worst. So why not switch to Astound? Wi-Fi that just works. With Astound Wi-Fi, you'll rage less, buffer less, and live more. Lock in gig speed Wi-Fi for just $35 a month, guaranteed for 3 years. Plus, get up to a $200 Amazon gift card. Astound Wi-Fi, it just works. Visit astound.com today.
College football is back.
Nothing like kicking off game day with an ice-cold Yingling, crisp, classic, and always refreshing.
Whether you're in the stadium under the lights or gathered with friends for game day, Yingling is the perfect companion for every college football fan.
And now Flight by Yingling is a proud partner of Fighting Illini Athletics.
It makes sense. America's oldest brewery, Yingling, is all about tradition, and Illinois football in Champaign is one of the best traditions around.
Celebrate every touchdown and enjoy the taste of game day all season long.
And celebrate college football, good company, and Yingling.
DG Yingling & Son, Pottsville, PA.
Save big money on everything for your next bathroom project. Now at Menards. Upgrade your bathroom with Max. With more than 1,000 showers, bathtubs, and surrounds, you're sure to find exactly what you need to add luxury and style to your bathroom. Save big on our entire selection of Max bathroom products. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
For over over 2 decades, I've called the plays here in Chicago, and when it comes to a winning strategy for selling your home, I've found the perfect play.
At Jeff Buys Your House, we offer a fast and easy solution for selling your house. No repairs, no commissions, no hassle. We're a local, veteran-owned company, and we've made the process simple since 2007.
Don't take a chance selling your house with just anyone. Trust the team at Jeff Buys Your House. Visit jeffbuysyourhouse.com today for your no-obligation offer.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
With Robinhood, not only can you trade individual stocks and ETFs, you can also seamlessly buy and sell crypto at low costs. Trade all in one place. Get started now on Robinhood. Trading crypto involves significant risk. Crypto trading is offered through an account with Robinhood Crypto LLC. Robinhood Crypto is licensed to engage in virtual currency business activity by the New York State Department of Financial Services. Crypto held through Robinhood Crypto is not FDIC insured or SIPC protected. Investing involves risk, including loss of principal. Securities trading is offered through an account with Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC, a registered broker-dealer.
Whoa!
Jason Kelsey just found out that NFL Sunday Ticket now lets you subscribe month to month.
Yeah!
He just realized you can join and cancel anytime.
Ha-ha! Now that's what I'm talking about.
Now he just found $1 in the sofa.
Yeah!
And he just saw a great parking spot open up. Look, just because Jason's easily excited doesn't make NFL Sunday Ticket month to month any less great. Right, Jason?
Yeah.
Get NFL Sunday Ticket month to month and cancel anytime. Woo! Sign up at NFLSundayTicket.com. Renews every month during the 2025 regular season. Cancel anytime. Terms and embargoes apply. No refunds. Commercial use excluded.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 delivers expert roofing and waterproofing across Chicago. Their trained professionals lead in solar, green, and garden systems. For trusted contractors and top quality service, visit ChicagoRoofingContractors.org. That's ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
It's the Game Day Tailgate Show with Bleck and Abdalla. This is the home of the Chicago Bears. ESPN Chicago.
That's right. You're home for Bears football, ESPN Chicago. Jeff Joniak, Tom Thayer will have the call of today's action live from Soldier Field at 3:25. Jason McKee will be on the sidelines. We have 4 hours of post-game coverage, all of your Bears coverage right here on ESPN Chicago. Bleck and Abdalla with you until 1 o'clock, and then we hand it over to the network pregame show. Sylvie Waddle and Dion inside Gate O live from the Dr. Pepper patio at Soldier Field. If you're walking into the south end zone at Soldier Field, you cannot miss them. They are there on the stage right before you go up the steps to then go to the seating bowl. You can't miss them. Stop by, say hello, offer Sylvia a beer bong. Hopefully someone gets that done at some point this season.
Today's the day.
Yeah, it feels like we need it today.
Today's the day. Sneak a beer bong in. It's not really sneaking, because they're not metal. They're not like, I don't see why you can't bring a funnel and a tube into Soldier Field.
You've offered up the solution. Wear the tube as a belt and put the funnel on your head like a little hat.
It's a hat.
Then boom.
It's a hat.
Then you're good.
It's part of my religion.
Then you're good.
Freedom of religion in this country still exists.
Yes. And so yes, they will be there at Dr. Pepper patio, broadcasting live from 1 until kick. Right here on ESPN Chicago. It's Bleck and Abdalla talking Bears football with you, Bears Cowboys on the lakefront. If we go back to Monday, Ben Johnson had a comment when asked about the rookies and getting their participation into the game plan. So we're talking about Colson Loveland. We're talking about Luther Burden and why there's only been, I think, 4 receptions for the two of them through 2 games for 14 yards, and how Ben Johnson can get the rookies involved. And in this answer, he also kind of made it seem as if there's going to be competition this week at House Hall to figure out who wants to be a part of the game plan against the Cowboys. Here's Ben Johnson on Monday.
Yeah, I kind of knew that first game that the tight end position wasn't going to be featured as much. I was hopeful that this game we would bounce back a little bit more, both with Cole and Colston. I think Luther's slowly gaining the trust as we go here. We're trying to get him more packages as we're going. the way that we've talked about it as a coaching staff going into this week is we're going to have a lot more competition. I've alluded to it before. Just what these guys look like when the ball's not in their hands, that's a big deal for us. And so there were some plays there yesterday that we weren't quite as pleased with what that looked like on tape. And so we're going to find out this week at practice who wants to practice hard and who wants to be a little bit more involved with the game plan here going into Sunday.
So that was Ben Johnson on Monday when he was asked about the rookies and what they can do to be a part of the game plan. It did, at the end there, kind of sound like that's open for everyone. Who wants to practice, who wants to work hard during the week to be a part of this game plan going forward. It kind of felt like a message was kind of being sent. Like, if you want to do things the right way in practice, then you will be a part of what we're going to do on Sundays. Obviously, the Bears got blown out against the Lions, so you could point a finger at blame for almost every single person on the team.
I mean, when your top 10 picks only on the field for 50% of the plays, that's a problem. And if that's Ben Johnson sending a message to Colston Loveland, or, that's sending a message to Cole Kmet, or whatever it is, he then went on to talk about the practices and how there's going to be competition in practices. And I thought that this is stuff that would be the problem to me, Chris, is that this is stuff that hasn't been hammered out in training camp and in the preseason, and now we're into week 3. This is stuff that should have been figured out before we're 3 weeks into the season. I know it's a new coaching staff trying to get familiar with new players, and these aren't, this isn't a college team where you're coming in and you're trying to re-recruit and all this kind of stuff. Like, you've inherited these players, but you chose to coach this team, and these are still all professional players. Like, these are the best of the best. Like, you know what I mean? And, there might be turnover on the roster and all that kind of stuff, but you're not getting a new GM in here. Ryan Poles just got an extension. He picked all of these players, and you came here to coach this team, and Ryan Poles just got an extension, and you signed a however long Ben Johnson's deal is here. And now they're married to each other for however long these deals are. And now there's going to be this weeding out of players that are either participating when the ball is going to be thrown their way or not participating when the ball is going to be thrown their way. And Ben Johnson has set this, quote, standard of what is going to be expected of them in practice and in game. And he's now airing it out, not just to them behind closed doors, but now in the media for everyone to talk about, including us here before the game.
Yeah, I'd say that, but really nothing's changed. We look at the roster, all 22 starters are essentially the same 22 guys that were starters last year. They didn't do anything to shake it up. You know what I mean? Like, they didn't come into the organization and say, this guy hasn't been playing to the standard that we want.
Yeah.
So we're going to give this job to a younger guy that's showcasing. I feel like that happens in sports sometimes where the new coach comes in and immediately makes a lineup change or something. And then you see that he actually means what he's saying there. Like, every person that was a starter last year is a starter this year. In fact, sometimes the way that they did it last year is they would list 12 starters offensively because they were afraid of hurting egos.
Yeah.
There's not 12 players on the field ever on an offensive play where you're not penalized.
Yeah.
But when the offense would enter the stadium through the tunnel, they would announce 12 players because they didn't want to hurt someone's feelings.
Well, I don't think Ben Johnson's going to do that. But
do you see my point? Like, we would hope for that, but all of the starters are the same starters.
I understand that. I don't think guys are going to lose their jobs, but it's
But
reps.
Doesn't that send up like a flare? Like, crap, we got to put this together in practice to be out there? All right, so we go to Wednesday. Ben Johnson meeting the media. This is a compilation of multiple questions and follow-ups about the practice effort this week for the Chicago Bears and in the past week against the Lions. Here's Ben Johnson with multiple questions about the practice efforts from the Chicago Bears.
There were things all over the tape on all 3 phases that we're looking to clean up, and I thought as a whole that team, they played a little bit harder than us. And that's a reflection of me as a coach. That's a reflection of our coaching staff, and it's a reflection of our players too. When you play a good team like that on the road, that you gotta be all out and every single snap, and that just was not the case. So specifically, it was everybody.
Are there guys that need to practice better too?
I think our practice habits are yet to reflect the championship caliber team.
Ben, you said your practice habits aren't yet at a championship caliber. So what specifically are you looking for on the practice field this week?
We should be going to the football, finishing hard. We talk about it all the time with the offensive players that our fundamentals, our finish, and our technique, they need to show up and walk through. They need to show up on the practice field. That's how it shows up on game day. Simple things of how do we properly block, how do we catch the ball, how do we block after the catch, ball security, and things like that. It's the little things that you learn in youth league football that even at this level, they make a huge difference.
So there's Ben Johnson on Wednesday calling out the team, essentially.
I think our practice habits are yet to reflect the championship caliber team.
You get blown out against the Lions. You lose a game late to the Vikings. You give up 21 points. And in week 3, the head coach is saying,
I think our practice habits are yet to reflect the championship caliber team.
Yeah, I think you're right, Abdalla. It's surprising that this stuff wasn't hammered out heading into this season, that we're waiting 3 weeks into the season to point out that this team is not practicing the way that they should be practicing.
Well, yeah, I mean, and they're obviously not playing the way they should be playing. You give up 52 points. You give up you don't score more than one touchdown in after your opening drive in week 1 against the Vikings, and then you give up the lead at the end of the game in week 1 against the same team, and then, like I said, 52 points against the Lions. There's something wrong with the way this team executes on the field or fails to execute on the field. And Ben Johnson either doesn't have the patience to put up with it and isn't, mincing words to the media and isn't going to put up with it. And maybe that's why, you see the Jaquan Briskers tweeting about it, or, you're going to get the body language that's going to start popping up now on the sidelines. We know there are a couple culprits of body language on this team that you might see pop up here in the next couple weeks. If things start to go more south and they end up being 0-4 or 0-5 here, or maybe even 0-6, and he can talk like that.
Did you just 0-6 us?
Look at the schedule.
Don't do that to me.
Ben Johnson has the right. Ben Johnson has the right to talk like that. He comes from a team that they don't have a championship, but he's gotten as close as you can possibly get. He came from the team that just put up 52 points. He came from a team that led the NFL in scoring. He came from a team that, could put up 52 points a week if they wanted to, that could do all that kind of stuff. He was the most sought after head coach the last 2 years in the NFL, or assistant head coach to become a head coach the last 2 years. Mm-hmm. He has the right to do that. He's making $13 million a year. He has the right to do that if he wants to. So it's his team. If that's the way he wants to handle his business, also, if people want to say, well, he hasn't won anything, he doesn't have the right. Neither of the guys on that are playing for him. The guys that are playing for him, none of them, one guy on the team has ever won anything, has ever come from a team that has ever been has ever had a winning record.
Did you fact check with Tremaine Edmonds and Grady Jarrett? Because they probably have been on winning teams, but they've never won a Super Bowl. They've never had deep championship runs.
Okay, never won anything.
Yeah, but you're right. For the most part, it's a lot of players who have been selected who have never won with this franchise. And then if Ryan Poles has went out and traded for them, they were the ones that were removed from teams that never won. Washington with Sweat, Carolina with DJ Moore. Yeah, I mean, that is a correct statement.
So if they don't win today, there better not be any tweeting. There better not be any body language. There better not be any pouting or anything like that. I'm surprised there haven't been any podcasts. We're almost at that territory.
But, yeah, it's been quiet on the podcast front from the Bears this season, which hopefully it continues, and let's get some wins. I think a lot of this stuff goes away if you start winning games. So, Bears fans, 312-332-3776. How do you think this affects this team this week? Do they respond Do they show a great effort today? Ben Johnson says this during the week.
I think our practice habits are yet to reflect the championship caliber team.
Does this group respond? We'll continue taking your calls at 312-332-3776. Bleck and Abdalla.
ESPN Chicago. Waddle and Sylvie.
It says we are your new home for the Chicago Bears. This is year 3.
Well, this is day 1 of the future.
All right, so Stan corrected. We're your
How about this? We're your home for the new Bears.
Oh, I like that.
We're your home for the new Bears.
I like it. This is the home of your new Chicago Bears. ESPN Chicago.
Boom! That's your promo.
Right there.
Fall is here. So many great things you do with the kids this time of year. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking that next step for your future, a vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. They make it so easy with their 30-minute, no-needle, no-scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you. Downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower by Navy Pier with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out. So your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of wall-covering, glass covering, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
True North convenience stores and convenience stores are in Red Matchup. True North offers Legends original and sugar-free and sugar-free picks like watermelon, wild berries, and wild berries and Red Bull Zero. Grab 3 of your favorite 8-ounce flavors for 6 flavors for 6 and save 10 cents off a gallon with the True Rewards mobile app. Available in your favorite app store. Score this deal before the clock runs out. True North convenience stores. Friendly, clean.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie. You know those old drafty windows that let all the cold in and just don't look right? It's time to upgrade, and Window Nation can get it all replaced in a day or less. Right now, they've got an amazing deal. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years on top of that. I trust Window Nation because I've got their windows throughout my own home. I've seen the quality and the difference they can make. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com for your free estimate.
My name is Georgios Tsetis. I'm the co-founder of Nutrafol. My hair started thinning in my early 20s. I tried everything, and nothing was really working. So we created Nutrafol. Our hair growth supplements undergo clinical trials and have helped millions of men and women get visibly thicker and stronger hair in just 3 to 6 months.
Get growing at Nutrafol.com. That's Nutrafol.com. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Whoa! Jason Kelsey just found out that NFL Sunday Ticket now lets you subscribe month to month.
Yeah!
He just realized you can join and cancel anytime.
Ha-ha! Now that's what I'm talking about.
Now he just found $1 in the sofa.
Yeah!
And he just saw a great parking spot open up. Look, just because Jason's easily excited doesn't make NFL Sunday Ticket month to month any less great. Right, Jason?
Yeah.
Get NFL Sunday Ticket month to month and cancel anytime. Sign up at NFLSundayTicket.com. Renews every month during the 2025 regular season. Cancel anytime. Terms and embargoes apply. No refunds. Commercial use excluded.
1/3 of Illinois State University students graduate with 0 debt, and Redbirds go on to earn $15,000 more a year than the national average just a few years out of school. Get real return on your investment. Apply today to start creating your legacy at illinoisstate.edu/apply.
It's the Game Day Tailgate Show with Bleck and Abdalla. This is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Shay. Hey, Shay did a good job on Friday filling in for us on Bleck and Abdalla. 2 to 3 weekdays.
Yeah, someone came up to me at Ryan Fest and said he was talking crap.
Yeah, he was talking crap about me mainly.
I heard me.
No, I don't.
Someone said, oh yeah, he said you were going to be all drunk standing in the middle of the field listening to power chords. And I was like, well, that's not wrong.
Yeah, I don't think that constitutes as talking blank.
I guess.
He just wanted to make a point.
Yeah.
That I'm the bad guy in the Vegas dinner reservation situation on Friday night.
You're just having to make the reservations.
Yeah, no, I know, but that's what he was talking about. He wanted to clear his name. I found it interesting. He didn't replay the audio of him calling our boss emotional. He didn't do that, but all right, sure, Shay, you're the one that said that.
Says the guy that has a segment where he fires people into the sun. Shay's cannon.
Bleck and Abdalla hanging out with you at 312-332-3776. Broadcasting
Montes Sweat into the sun. Sorry.
Broadcasting live from our downtown studios at State and Lake today to next week for this show. We will be live in Vegas, poolside at Mandalay Bay.
Oh, we get to be by the pool too?
Yeah.
Oh, we do? Okay.
Yes.
I thought we were going to be at like a breakfast nook or something.
Yeah, they might. I don't know. But that's where we will be. So this show next week, Central Time, 11 to 1. Bears Raiders kick at 3:25 Central Time next Sunday. In Vegas, we'll be there 9 to 11, poolside.
Hell yeah.
So we'll get you ready 4 hours before kick. Next week, Bears and Raiders. Should be a great time. We're all going out at the end of the week, and we will have live shows poolside at Mandalay Bay on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Did you bring your Speedo?
What's that?
Did you pack your Speedo?
I have never in my life worn a Speedo. Now, I ran cross country and track, so I wore short shorts for a long time. There's a little more coverage. A little more coverage up the thigh.
You're not going to bring the banana hammock?
No, I've never worn one. Okay, who is most
too late
on the staff?
Carmen.
Who is most likely to wear
Carmen? It's the Italian in him. it's the Italian. It's the European. It's the Italian in him. It is. It just is. You thought I was going to say Cap.
No,
I wasn't going to say. I was going to say Cap.
I wasn't going to
Chris,
say.
Please, Chris, stop for a minute.
No,
he thought I was going to take the low-hanging fruits.
No, I wasn't.
Pun intended. He thought I was going to do that.
Why are they hanging so low?
Cap's getting up there in age.
Oh, jeez.
That's what happens. Gravity.
So you think it's Carmen?
I just think that it's the Italian in him, the olive skin.
Do you think he'll wear that to broadcast the show on Friday too, since it's poolside?
Well, it is a desert, and because they're on early in the morning, I don't know what the temperature is going to be like. I don't think it's going to
be in like the 70s. I'm guessing.
Yeah, that might be a little cool. That's more of a Waddle and Sylvie time.
He could cover up top.
He could cover
Let
the nips.
thighs out. Let him breathe a little.
I would love it if he showed up. I actually wouldn't. I don't need to see that.
Okay.
Other people might.
Let's talk about this on the air.
Okay.
If you brought one in his size and tried to convince him to wear it when we're there, no, I know he wouldn't. Would he get mad at you?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, he would.
I love it. I think it'd be great.
Yeah, I think he'd get mad.
How awesome would it be?
Yeah.
If he and Yurko were wearing them, I would put one on.
They'd have to, but I think
I would support the team if they had them on. I would wear one.
I think Yurko is more likely to.
No, I think
Carmen.
Yurko is more likely to just not have anything.
Well, that's fair, but I also think that's more like a Peter Griffin situation where you might just not be able to.
Lonnie and Pilsen, you're on ESPN 1000 with Bleck and Abdalla. What's up, Lonnie?
Hello.
What's up?
How's it going? Good morning, guys. Happy Bears Sunday.
Good morning. Go Bears.
I'm doing. So I got a couple points. One, it's a must-win today for me with the Cowboys. I can't see us going on 3 and the thing. 2, I watched Thursday night's football game. Can we please utilize our 2 tight ends the same way the Bills did, Connett and Knox? And they actually utilized 3, but can we utilize our 2 tight ends that we got? We drafted 110th overall. Let's get this guy the ball. Tyler Warren for the Colts been getting the ball each week. So that's my take on this Sunday. Bear down.
All right. Thank you, Lonnie. Appreciate it. Yeah, it does feel like it's a must-win, even though we're in week 3 of the season. But you mentioned like 10 minutes ago, you could see them going 0-6. It does feel like a bad loss today could really start to slip away this season.
Yeah, 0-6 would mean a loss against the Saints, and that would be...
Well, that's disaster.
Yeah, that would mean... Yeah, 0-5 would be on the table because that would mean a Washington loss, and I don't need that. I don't need that. It's already going to be enough with all the Hail Mary references that we're going to get on that Monday Night Football game after the bye week. That's going to be bad enough. If you go into that game 0-4, it's going to be bad enough. This game is going to be difficult enough because Dallas's offense they're better. They are better. The defenses are equally as bad. The Bears look worse because they gave up 52 points. But I would say that they are equally as bad. The 52 is bad. I mean, the Lions were piling on. Like, let's be honest. The Lions were piling on. They were.
What'd you want them to do? Not play in the fourth quarter?
I never said that. That's not what I said. I didn't say that I agree with Ben Johnson. What are they supposed to do? That's what they do. They go for it. I'm never a not go for it guy. That's not what what are you supposed to take knees for the whole fourth quarter? We're supposed to run the clock?
Yeah.
Never said that. That's not what I said.
No, I get what you're saying. I do feel like I have heard that this week that the Lions were really doing this, that, and the other at the end. It's like, I don't think so. I think we're that bad.
Yes, I agree.
I think we can't stop anyone defensively. And when that happens and there's more time on the clock, you're going to continue to score points.
Absolutely. 100% agree. But I do think that they came in caring way more about that game than the Bears did about beating the Lions.
I can go down the path that they wanted people to shut up talking about how important Ben Johnson
is.
And
they wanted like when they saw that they could get to 50, they wanted to get to 50.
So let's roll this forward. Let's run through the list of complaining Bears players from last season.
Okay.
In podcast form. We and to the media. It was Cole Kmet.
Mm-hmm.
It was Jalen Johnson, right?
Yeah.
It was DJ Moore.
Mm-hmm.
Who else was a complainer to the media last year about everything going on up there? There's at least 3.
I thought that was...
Here's my point. Roll this forward.
Yeah.
This week, you get your chance. The Lions wanted to shut people up talking about Ben Johnson.
Yeah.
All the Bears did last year was complain about the coaching staff, right? That's all they did. Everything about the coaching staff was the reason why they were bad last year.
Mm-hmm.
Matt Eberflus will be standing on the opposite sideline to you this weekend.
That's true.
He is coaching the defense for the Dallas Cowboys.
Mm-hmm.
Shut up everyone who thought that maybe it was both.
Yeah.
Right? Like, this is where, as a defense, you prove that Eberflus wasn't the guy because you go out there and you limit the Cowboys to 10 points today. Offensively, Cole Kmet, some of the others, DJ Moore, have your best game today.
Yeah.
Score a couple of touchdowns. Blow the Cowboys out today.
Well, I think
that would prove a point. If people are concerned about Detroit having fun at the end, scoring too many points on Ben Johnson, do it to Eberflus.
Well, we can talk more about this too later on as well. But it's not always about DJ Moore and Cole Kmet and Rome Odunze. Like, we talked about it a lot throughout the week. Caleb was better last game. And a lot of when you get blown out 50, you give up 52 points, there's not a lot that you can take away that's positive. But they didn't have a lot of chances because the offensive line and the pre-snap penalties and the way that they were behind the sticks constantly, they weren't given a lot of opportunities because of the way that the drives were halted because of those penalties. So, you can say DJ Moore have a couple touchdowns and Cole Kmet do this and do that. But if Darnell Wright is false starting 3 times, and if DeAndre Swift is false starting once, if DJ Moore is not lined up in the right spot and is causing a false start, and you're in 1st and 15, if Braxton Jones is pulling on a dude's face mask, which I've never seen in my life from an offensive lineman, like you're at 2nd and 32, like what are you supposed to do?
Oh yeah, I agree with you.
I'm not making excuses, but like you're not going to win a football game if that's how your offense is supposed to operate like 6 out of 10 drives.
You get my point, though. Stick it to Eberflus today.
Absolutely. But it starts with them not getting behind the sticks. It's more than 50% of their drives.
It's Bleck and Abdalla here on ESPN Chicago. We're on the air until 1 o'clock today. We will preview some of the noon kickoffs around the National Football League coming up.
Eberflus.
That's right. Eberflus is on the other sideline today. So brew it to him.
Cut? Did he get a fresh fade? He's got time.
Points on him.
He's got time. Do you think the late start, do you think he hit the barbershop this morning?
Get the fresh fade?
Yeah, why not?
It's Bleck and Abdalla here on ESPN Chicago.
ESPN Chicago.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen. You can now listen to The Rich Eisen Show right here on the home of the Chicago Bears.
The Rich Eisen Show, weekdays noon to 2.
ESPN Chicago.
Kennedy Express lanes closed? Well, the CTA doors are open. Why are you sitting in traffic?
When you could ride the train.
Park and Ride is available at the Cumberland exit, number 79B. Get into the city and back fast and stress-free. Avoid the hassle of stop-and-go traffic and spending money on gas. $5 covers your trip and back on the CTA.
Just sit back. We'll do the driving.
Tap to Pay is available on all CTA trains and buses. Save money, do more, and ride CTA.
Hi, this is Dave Musial, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. With our biggest sale ever, furnaces from $39 a month, furnace and air conditioning combos from $59 a month, plus 72 months interest-free financing and up to a $4,000 system rebate. Four Seasons guaranteed to beat any competitor's price by up to $1,000 guaranteed. So call today for your free in-home estimate and same-day installation.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
New friends and old favorite. It's time for this month's Whiskey University. The lesson? Brother Justice, an American single malt whiskey with a story inspired by a real-life bootlegging monk. The classroom? An old favorite, Sovereign in Plainfield, a true Whiskey U Hall of Famer. Join us Tuesday night at 6:30. Don't settle for a backup bottle. Graduate to greatness with Brother Justice. See you at Sovereign, and as always, please drink responsibly. Whiskey me?
No, Whiskey you!
My name is Georgios Tsatis. I'm the co-founder of Nutrafol. My hair started thinning in my early 20s. I tried everything, and nothing was really working. So we created Nutrafol. Our hair growth supplements undergo clinical trials and have helped millions of men and women get visibly thicker and stronger hair in just 3 to 6 months.
Get growing at Nutrafol.com. That's Nutrafol.com. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos. Fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Hey, this is Chauncey. For 25 years, I've been your host of Chauncey's Great Outdoors. Clever name, huh? I came up with it, and I stand by it. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday morning from 6 to 7 on ESPN Chicago.
It's the Game Day Tailgate Show with Bleck and Abdalla. This is the home of the Chicago Bears. ESPN Chicago.
Chris Bleck, Adam Abdalla on the air until 1 o'clock, and then we hand it off to the network pregame show with Sylvie, Dion, and Waddle inside Gate O at Soldier Field. The Dr. Pepper patio as they get ready for the Bears and the Cowboys here in week 3 of the NFL. We're about 5 minutes away from kickoff with the noon Central Time kicks around week 3 in the NFL. Abdalla, let's talk about a couple of these games as we kind of look towards what we're looking at here. Packers, Browns, Fox, noon. Green Bay is a favorite by 7.5.
Yeah, I mean, if Green Bay is one of the best teams in the NFL, they blow this team out. If not, I think Cleveland can hang around. 7.5 is a lot of points, right? 7.5 is a lot of points. I think Cleveland can hang around in this game. 7.5, 8 points. I think Cleveland can hang around in this game. Micah Parsons for the Packers. I think, Love looks decent. I think the Browns can hang around in this one, though.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of points. If the Packers, go on the road and they win by more than the 7.5 to 8 points that's out there, then they're clearly the best team in football.
Yep.
But I feel like situations like this, you see a team favored by that many points on the road, you always get reminded to why the NFL is the way it is, and that any given Sunday, you get a good
Sunday
home effort from a team that's, in air quotes, sucks.
Yep.
With a lot of points.
Yep.
Bengals, Vikings. Minnesota's the favorite by 3 at home in a game where both teams will be starting their backup quarterbacks.
Yeah, and I would say I don't want to say not much drop-off between these two backups, but two very capable backups. Like Browning for the Bengals has played a lot of football for this team and is 4-2 in his starts. So he's got great weapons. So he's very capable. He's not Joe Burrow. Trust me, he's not Joe Burrow, but he's got great weapons. So if you can get them the football, very capable. And Carson Wentz has played a lot of football. And he's got, again, also great weapons, very capable. Totals 42 in this game. That's pretty low. I think they're going to utilize the running backs a lot in this game and the weapons. Should be a decent game.
Also at noon on Fox, the Rams, that are 2-0, go on the road to face off against the Eagles. Also 2-0, the Eagles are the favorite by about 3 points. This should be a good game.
Yeah, this is probably the best game of the day besides the Bears game. I love this game. I really like the Rams in this game.
Oh, okay. All right.
I kind of like the Rams in this game.
I'm a Rams supporter on this season. I think they're going to have a really good team, but the Eagles are just so damn tough. And the way that they can control the clock at the end of the game because they've mastered the tush push, and anything within a yard, they're able to pick up those first downs at the end of the game. They're just so tough.
I think this week we see an overcorrection to the tush push.
All right, so you think the Rams stop it?
I think you see some flags flying on the tush push.
No doubt. I agree with you. If the Eagles this week are false starting and they're entering the neutral zone early, I think they're going to get called for it.
I'm not saying they're going to start, all of a sudden people are going to figure it out. I think you see some overcorrection with the flags. And they start, even if it's not going to get banned, it starts to get overcorrected in a way where the Eagles might get phased out of it.
Another noon game is a matchup of two teams that are 1-1 that they essentially are the next two opponents for the Bears. Raiders at Commanders. The Bears have the Raiders next week, and then 2 weeks you have the Commanders. So you have a situation, Raiders, Commanders. Jane Daniels not playing today, right?
Yeah, no Jaden Daniels this week with his knee injury. It'll be Marcus Mariota. And the Raiders they're in the same position as the Bears are. They have a win, but they need a win. They don't want to go into next week needing a win, just like the Bears don't want to go into next week needing a win coming off of their loss in the division last week. So obviously this is not a division game for them, just like the Bears, but they need to go to Washington heading all the way east to get a win today. In Washington, obviously with the backup, Marcus Mariota, who again played a lot of football, but they need a win as well.
The other noon games, Colts at Titans, Steelers at Patriots, Jets at Bucks, Falcons at Panthers, Texans at Jags. We'll keep our eyes on all the noon kickoffs that are set to take place in the next 2 minutes as we go along over the next hour here. Bleck and Abdalla right here on ESPN Chicago before we get to the network pregame show starting up at 1. Bleck and Abdalla here on ESPN Chicago.
The new home of the Chicago Bears.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. On the field, every great team starts with a strong defense, and the same's true in business. That's why companies trust my friends at Trend Micro. They protect your network, your cloud, your data, and your people from ransomware, phishing, and today's toughest cyber threats. With AI-powered proactive security, Trend Micro stops attacks before they ever reach you. Trusted worldwide and backed by over 35 years of innovation, this is enterprise defense done right. Go to trendmicro.com today. That's trendmicro.com.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer. Our policy is to provide equal opportunity employment, development, and advancement to all current and potential teammates. If you are an organization that maintains a job bank, provides employment information, or gives job referrals, you may request to be placed on the station's mailing list for future career opportunities. To learn more about careers at Good Karma Brands, please email careers@goodkarmabrands.com.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters' experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
With Robinhood, not only can you trade individual stocks and ETFs, you can also seamlessly buy and sell crypto at low costs. Trade all in one place. Get started now on Robinhood. Trading crypto involves significant risk. Crypto trading is offered through an account with Robinhood Crypto LLC. Robinhood Crypto is licensed to engage in virtual currency business activity by the New York State Department of Financial Services. Crypto held through Robinhood Crypto is not FDIC insured or SIPC protected. Investing involves risk, including loss of principal. Securities trading is offered through an account with Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC, a registered broker-dealer.
Here comes football starts with Game Day Tailgate. This is the home of the Chicago Bears. ESPN Chicago, WNBP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago. It's the Game Day Tailgate Show with Bleck and Abdalla. This is the home of the Chicago Bears. ESPN Chicago.
Hey. Let's go. Yeah! Let's go! All right, okay. All right, okay.
Week 3 in the NFL, the Bears face off against the Cowboys on the lakefront at Soldier Field today. We have full coverage right here on ESPN Chicago. Chris Bleck, Abdalla with you until 1 o'clock, and then we hand it off to Sylvie, Waddle, and Dion with the network pregame show right here on ESPN Chicago. Joniak and Thayer will have the call of today's action at 3:25. Jason McKee will be on the sidelines. And then after the game, we have 4 hours of post-game coverage. Yurko and Peggy, and then Pat, Jeff, and McKee will all be there for 4 hours post-game, breaking down Bears and Cowboys today here on ESPN Chicago. If you're looking for White Sox baseball today, you can find White Sox and Padres over on WGN Radio. Bleck and Abdalla hanging out with you for the next hour as Week 3 in the NFL has kicked off around the league, Abdalla, and we have the primetime afternoon game. It's America's game of the week, Bears and Cowboys. One thing that will be guaranteed is that I can give you 2 guarantees from today.
Oh,
the TV numbers, the ratings it's going to be huge.
Okay.
Bears Cowboys, anytime they get together, people pay attention, people watch, and you will hear lots of thoughts and opinions about Caleb Williams tomorrow on TV or radio because everyone in the country will be watching today's game at 3:25. It's like over 70% of the country gets this game. So people are going to have opinions on the quarterback today. And it's shaping up to be an interesting day because the Bears sitting at 0-2, this is forcing them into a spot where it's kind of a must-win situation, even though we're only the 3rd week of this season. It's too early to say it's a must-win, but you got to get today's game to kind of have any chance to keep this season kind of alive in the hopes of fans as we go forward here. Ideally, next week you string together a second win in a row and you enter the bye week with a 2-2 record, and that would be okay. Things would be okay at that point.
Yeah, I had them going into the bye at 2-2. So if they accomplish that, then I think you can still salvage this season. You can still, reassess what you're doing at the bye. You can have a chance to get some of these guys healthy. Jalen Johnson was put on IR on Friday. So he's going to, or yesterday, so he's going to miss a few games here. He's going to, probably most of the season, he's going to meet with a doctor for his core muscle, and he's going to have surgery. Surgery is the most likely outcome, according to Ian Rappaport, on his core muscle. And he says if that's the case, Johnson would have a chance to return during the second half of the season. So if that's the outcome when he goes and meets with his doctor, Dr. William Myers of the Vincera Institute. Have you been to the Vincera Institute?
The Institute? No.
The Institute of Vincera?
No.
No, neither have I, because I don't think I have one core muscle between all of them. There's not a single core muscle in there.
Okay. Yeah.
So if he is able to come back, you want Jalen Johnson to have to come back for a reason, right? To play for some form of in the hunt, for some form of playoff aspirations that this team would have. And going into the bye at 2-2, you could still salvage the season. You could still have a chance to, you still have a ton of, games against a division ahead of you. You still games against the conference ahead of you where you could still salvage parts of this season and put together a decent rest of the season and make this team still something that fans can be proud of and that this team can still be proud of, right? Because right now, the way your coach is calling out this team to the media this early in the season is pretty surprising. You're 2 games into the season, and Ben Johnson is already saying that you're not practicing at a championship caliber.
I think our practice habits are yet to reflect the championship caliber team.
That jobs are, he didn't necessarily say jobs are on the line, but that, there's going to be competition in practices for reps and stuff like that during games. That this is stuff that should have been hammered out during preseason and during training camp, but this is stuff that's going to be taking place now during practice, and now you're facing a Cowboys team that is coming into Soldier Field that is just as bad as you on offense, maybe a little bit better, or just as bad as you on defense, but it's coming in with, I think, a better offense, obviously. Dak Prescott is a better quarterback than Caleb Williams. He's played a ton more football than Caleb Williams. When he's playing at a MVP level that he can, he is a top 10 quarterback. He was an MVP caliber quarterback 2 years ago when he played a full season. He was healthy. He was obviously injured last season. He's got CeeDee Lamb. He's got great weapons, and they can put up a ton of points. They were in a shootout last week against the Giants and ended up having to go to overtime, and they ended up winning that game. And so they're coming in off a win. We know that Dallas fans travel. It's going to be about 50-50 into the stadium here. So it's going to be a pretty high-pressure situation for the Bears in their own home stadium. And the Bears do need a win. They need to show that they can come in and get to Dak Prescott on defense. And also, if this does turn into a shootout, which a lot of people are expecting this to, the total in this game is 50. And so everybody is pretty much picking this to be a shootout. They need to show that they can keep up and not let one team hit the over the way that the Lions did themselves last week by putting up 52 points.
We'll take your Bears calls at 312-332-3776. Keeping our eyes on week 3 around the NFL. And while Abdalla was talking, Cam Ward for the Tennessee Titans might have thrown the worst pick six you will see the entire season. So the Colts are up 7-0. It was like the second or third play from scrimmage in that game because the game clock's only at 14-11 in the first quarter. The pick six that Cam Ward threw, the most atrocious pick six you will see all season long. So the Colts are already...
You reacted worse than he did.
That was the first touchdown of the day scored around week 3 in the NFL. Well, it's because I bet Titans plus the points.
Yeah, so did I.
When I saw that, I was like, you can't give up touchdowns like that. That's not going to work. All right, so we're talking Bears, 312-332-3776. You're right. It's one of those games Like, long term for the season, it doesn't matter what we thought heading into the year, but if you want to keep the attention of the fan base and keep people interested in this team, you have to get a couple wins here. You can't enter this malaise where this is just another bad Bears season. There was so much hype and anticipation for this year that to not even have the weather turn yet, and we're talking about maybe the season being over, like, that sucks. Like, it's still nice out.
Yeah.
You want to have at least a chance, a fighting chance, and today is going to be a battle because Dak Prescott is really good when healthy. This Bears defense is ranked 32nd in the NFL in defensive yards per play. They've given up the most points this season in the NFL. And I think most Bears fans look at someone like Montes Sweat and they see the amount of money that he's making and they question, why is he not more of a game changer like we've seen in the past? The Chicago Bears have had a rich history of great defensive players, great defensive end players, great players who disrupt the quarterback, who hit the quarterback, who make life difficult for the opposing offense. Montes Sweat is paid handsomely. He needs to start making plays to allow the fan base to support a player like that. Because outside of that, essentially, he for me on most game days is a bit of a nothing. He doesn't really do anything. And even on teams where the Bears were not great, the stars of the defense would always make plays.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking about people like Charles Tillman or Lance Briggs or Brian Urlacher, Alex Brown.
Mm-hmm.
Those players made plays. Even when they were on bad Bears teams, those guys would make plays. In this group, no one makes any plays. You know what I'm saying? Like, There's a lot of guys who have been paid very well. They've gotten new contracts, this, that, and the other, but it's like, what are the moments? There are no moments from this defense ever, especially in the last 2 years. And I think that's where I have a concern with today's game. Obviously, the offense needs to hold their end of the bargain. Quarterback needs to play well today. The run game needs to be there. The offensive line. It does sound like to me, Abdalla, that it feels like Darnell Wright is kind of a make or break situation where he needs to play well. Because with the mental mistakes and him getting called out during training camp for his conditioning and his paying attention to what's going on the field, Ozzie Trapillo was drafted, and they've already moved him to the right side.
Yeah.
So Trapillo, in the next couple of weeks, if Darnell Wright continues with the false starts and the bad play, he's going to be out. And like everything in Bears fandom, it all comes back to the GM who got a new contract who hasn't done anything. And, that's what this all is.
I think it's him and Braxton Jones. Ben Johnson on Friday was asked about Braxton Jones and was asked about what he's seen and his progression.
He's prepared.
He basically said, he starts the game and plays well, but
he knows the game plan.
Knows the game plan.
That's like saying a radio host is good because he brings his own headphones.
And
I mean, the first thing I need to host a show is by wearing headphones. If I have my that's the bare minimum.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Like saying that Braxton Jones understands the game plan, that's the minimum.
Or like a student brings a pen and pencil, and some students don't even do that.
Like, I got my headphones.
Yeah.
Nothing I say into the mic matters, but I have the headphones.
But the point is that, these are guys, and you mentioned it, these are guys that both Braxton Jones and Darnell Wright, and all these guys are guys that Ryan Poles has brought in. And it seems like these guys are just here as filler until Ben Johnson can get his hands on this roster and find a way to bring in whatever he can. I know Ryan Poles is the GM, and obviously he's going to have a hand in this, but it seems like that Ben Johnson is going to have a more hands-on approach into personnel, and hopefully he can, because whatever Ryan Poles is doing, it's not working. Because when you give up 52 points in the second game of the season, it's not working. When your offense scores one touchdown on the opening drive of game one, and that's it for the entire game, it's not working. So something needs to change. When you draft a tight end as a top 10 pick, and he's not seeing the field for 50% of the time, And yeah, I know Ben Johnson drafted him, and maybe that's on him for not having him prepared too. Like, it's twofold now. Like, these guys there's something going on. Is it because Cole Kmet's there and got paid and now he's being told he needs to start? Or is Colston Loveland not ready yet to start? Is that what's going on? We get people that call in and say Tyler Warren's a first down machine. He is. Tyler Warren's, 70% of his catches are for first downs or something like that? And Colston Loveland can't catch a ball. He's got 3 targets. Like, what are we doing?
312-332-3776. Triple T on the south side. You're on ESPN Chicago. What's up, T?
How you doing, guys?
We're good, man.
We said it before, because this is still football, and if this squad, I just spoke with a friend, and the name you mentioned, DW, it came up out of my mouth. He has to get better or he has to get off of the field. Meanwhile, more than that guy has to be responsible for producing a running game. We know the only way you can stand and deliver at the end of the game is that you have a running game to keep that other offense off the field to a certain extent. That's all there is to say.
Yeah,
and the last thing I have to say is, you know that I'm the kind of guy, I will put a team down. I'm wearing the soft side black right now. I will wear Chicago teams on my sleeve, and I will support and speak the best I can for them full-throatedly. But I will not put up with stomaching garbage, and nor will I put up with garbage being thrown in my face. So I hope we can stay away from making the mistakes of giving in to the wrong side of social pressure. And I'm going to not even go even further on that, but you probably know what I mean.
All right. Thanks, T. Thanks for the phone call. 312-332-3776. Gorman, Mount Greenwood, you're on ESPN Chicago. What's up, Gorman?
Hey, fellas. I just wanted to tie this into the Ryan Poles discussion. So back during the draft, when we needed a left tackle, an edge rusher, and a running back, it didn't make any sense to me why we used a second-round pick for another receiver. It seemed to me like we were flush with receivers, and so they get, what's his name, Luther Burden.
Yes.
I think I'm saying his name right.
Yeah.
It made no sense to me, but, I wasn't invited into the room, so I just thought maybe I would get your feedback on, to me, this is part of the issue. Obviously, we're thin in the running back room. Still haven't figured out what they're doing. Look at the defense; they need somebody on the other side to help Sweat. But so anyway, that was my question. I just I wanted to hear what you guys have to say about it, and I guess I'll hang up and listen.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Gorman. I think there's a lot of looking back at the draft and selecting players in positions that are, quote, a luxury for teams when your offensive and defensive lines aren't set is always something that's going to be hanging around these two players, Burden and Loveland, especially Loveland being a top 10 player. He has to perform today. Mm-hmm. There are no training wheels with top 10 players. Sometimes quarterbacks take a back seat for a couple weeks like Michael Penix did last season, but you're a top 10 player at tight end. You have to be on the field playing and producing.
Yeah.
I don't play fantasy football, but people calling into Meller's show should be asking about starting Loveland, right?
Absolutely.
He should be a major fantasy player because of the amount of receptions, touchdowns, targets, yards.
Listen, that's what when Ben Johnson drafted him, he brought up Sam Laporta. He brought up guys that he has coached and said that that's who he can be. And we talked about it. I brought it up specifically, and I got crap for it. Is this the end of Cole Kmet? Is he expendable? All this kind of stuff. Well, it seems like both of them could be expendable because he doesn't use either of them.
Yeah, it's fair. Bleck and Abdalla here on ESPN Chicago.
Chicago Bears pregame. Friday. Easily one of the best days of the week. It's even better during football season. Dr. Pepper Bears Friday on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Twin Peaks Scratch Kitchen scores every time. Dig into hand-smashed burgers, chef-inspired flatbreads, and more at your local lodge.
Hey, Chicago, it's Sylvie for my friends at Window Nation. Now is the best time of year to replace your old, drafty, cheaper, builder-grade windows. And WindowNation.com can get the job done in 1 day or less. Right now, when you buy 2 windows, you'll get 2 free, plus you won't make any payments for 2 years. No interest, no monthly payments, no down payment. Don't miss out on Window Nation's most popular offer. Get top-quality replacement windows at an affordable price. 866-90Nation or WindowNation.com.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry. Promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training, Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They are at the forefront of design and installation of environmental-friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
With Robinhood, not only can you trade individual stocks and ETFs, you can also seamlessly buy and sell crypto at low costs. Trade all in one place. Get started now on Robinhood. Trading crypto involves significant risk. Crypto trading is offered through an account with Robinhood Crypto LLC. Robinhood Crypto is licensed to engage in virtual currency business activity by the New York State Department of Financial Services. Crypto held through Robinhood Crypto is not FDIC insured or SIPC protected. Investing involves risk, including loss of principal. Securities trading is offered through an account with Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC, a registered broker-dealer.
My name is Georgios Tsatis. I'm the co-founder of Nutrafol. My hair started thinning in my early 20s. I tried everything, and nothing was really working. So we created Nutrafol. Our hair growth supplements undergo clinical trials and have helped millions of men and women get visibly thicker and stronger hair in just 3 to 6 months.
Get growing at Nutrafol.com. That's Nutrafol.com. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Illinois State University offers more than 150 majors, from accounting to zoology, and we're adding new areas of study all the time, like engineering, sports communication, and data science. Check out all our offerings at illinoisstate.edu/majors and apply today.
It's the Game Day Tailgate Show with Bleck and Abdalla. This is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Bears Cowboys kickoff set for 3:25 today as the Bears look to get their first win of the season. If you want to join us, you can call us at 312-332-3776. Abdalla started laughing because he saw Carson Wentz running for his life.
His backup quarterbacks
in the
suck.
Bengals-Vikings game. As we continue to talk Bears, let's take a look at the Week 3 NFL scoreboard. Action going on around the National Football League right now. First quarter, 7 minutes left in the first. Packers-Browns, no score. Colts-Titans, the Colts are up 10-3 with 7 minutes left in the first quarter. And we were talking about it at the very start, about 20 minutes ago, the very start of the NFL day. Cam Ward threw a terrible pick six.
Yeah, it was bad. I mean, I don't know how he didn't see that defender there and just, could have just walked. I mean, literally could have walked in.
Yes.
I'm using the word literally.
Yes.
Could have walked in for that touchdown.
Bengals, Vikings. The Vikings are up 7-0. Carson Wentz has a touchdown in the early going as the battle of the backups takes place. 8 minutes left in the first quarter.
Carson Wentz looks horrible.
I mean, he was just scrambling for his life a second ago.
Yeah.
Steelers up 7-0 on the Patriots. 6 minutes left in the first quarter. Aaron Rodgers with a touchdown pass. Rams and Eagles. The Eagles lead 7-3 with 4 minutes left in the first quarter. Jalen Hurts scored the touchdown for the Eagles, and they ran the tush-push multiple times at the goal line.
All right.
The play that scored the touchdown, there was no false start. The play before they scored the touchdown, clearly
obvious.
The Eagles' offensive line started before the snap.
They're banning it.
They got to call the penalty.
You just call it. That's the thing. Here's the thing.
If you call it the way it's supposed to be called, then you eliminate this because now the Eagles are back. They're not on the goal line anymore, and they can't run the play.
Here's the thing. I understand that you have a ref on the line, right? There's a ref on the line, and it's a split-second play. We have it slowed down.
Yeah, but it is the play before the play that scored the touchdown. It is obvious they jumped off sides.
We have it slowed down to the millisecond to see the split-second movement. It's on the ref to call it. You have to call it. And sure, they'll probably ban it in the offseason, whatever. But I'm just telling you, bet Jalen Hurts anytime touchdown every week and just do it.
The Eagles
just capitalize on it.
The Eagles tush push is the most lethal and greatest play in NFL history.
And they'll probably repeat because of it.
You cannot stop it in a tight game late. You can't get them off the field. Mm-hmm. If they're in down and distance, that's short.
And if you're wise,
and if you're on the goal line,
off it.
You can't stop them. It is the most unstoppable play in NFL history.
Yeah.
I do think this. What if, instead of eliminating it altogether, anytime a team runs a tush-push-like play where a quarterback is getting assistance from behind, it automatically gets reviewed upstairs? What if New York automatically reviews every single time they implement it? And just like the other plays that are review-assisted, and they just say, nah, offsides penalty. No, it's good. What if they just in a split? Because you and I could see it. It's obvious they jumped offside.
Okay.
They started early.
Counterpoint. What if every time, specifically the Eagles don't convert, the other team gets 3 points?
All right, continuing on with the scoreboard.
If we want to just be crazy, let's just be crazy.
I don't think my suggestion is crazy. Why is it crazy to suggest that they can look at it immediately?
You want a 5-hour game?
No. There are plays in the NFL where review assists.
I understand that. So every time that the quarterback does something,
on the tush push.
On 3rd and 1, they also ran out of shotgun, and Jalen Hurts still got it. They don't have to tush push. They're just a good football team.
No, I agree with that. That's why I wouldn't eliminate it. It's not their problem that no one can stop this. It is a problem when they're starting early.
Yes,
if the offensive linemen are going before the snap, that's a problem.
Okay, get better refs. How about that? That's a better problem for the NFL to solve. Get better refs.
3 minutes left in the first quarter. Jets lead the Buccaneers 3-0. Although the Buccaneers are wearing their creamsicle uniforms with the old buck on the helmet. All-time great unis. They should be wearing those uniforms 100% of the time.
They walked out with a 7-0 lead.
Commanders lead the Raiders 7-3. 5 minutes left in the first quarter there. Panthers up on the Falcons 7-0. 5 minutes left in the first quarter. Bryce Young scampers in for a touchdown.
Roll Tide. Untouched.
Jacksonville leads Houston 7-0 with 2 minutes left in the first quarter. And that's the scoreboard at this moment around the National Football League in Week 3 as we preview the Bears and the Cowboys. Bleck and Abdalla hanging out with you until 1 o'clock. If you want to join us, you can call us at 312-332-3776. Ray in Orland Park, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Ray?
Hey, fellas. Thanks for taking my call. This is a team no longer with any excuses. You have the 4th highest paid defense. You have 5 first-round draft picks on your offense, 4 of them in the top 10. You paid handsomely for an interior line. You paid handsomely for a running back. Start winning some football games. Quit making excuses. And the caller before me, Montes Sweat. Oh, we got to help Montes Sweat out. Montez Sweat got to help himself out. You call him Montez dry right now. He's done nothing since he signed that massive contract. Like, 5 sacks maybe? And he's got an injured leg. Oh, and I'd love to sign a player or draft a player that wasn't injured already. Solomon was injured. Brady, please. Thank you very much. Have a good day, guys.
All right, thank you, Ray. Appreciate it. Montez dry. You won't hear anything better than that all day unless Joniak's saying that Caleb has 7 touchdown passes against the Cowboys today.
I'll take 4 or 5.
Montez dry. That's awesome. On Wednesday, right? Actually, it's not Wednesday. Monday, Ben Johnson talked about scheming up the defense to help Montes Sweat.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's not just Montez. It's our entire unit right now. We didn't affect the quarterback as a whole, and so we'll certainly look at where we can help him so that he can succeed a little bit more in terms of getting that done. I think Dio on the other side, when he gets the one-on-ones, we need to see a little bit more production there. And then I'd like to see from our defensive tackles a little bit more push to the interior of the pocket so that we can put the lineman on the lap of the quarterback. I think that's it really takes everybody, and when we pressure, we got to make them feel that as well. It's a combination of all of it. It's something that we're certainly gonna address. We played that first game against Minnesota, 3 quarters of really good football where we were collapsing the pocket and we were affecting the passer. And so I know we have it in us. I saw it during training camp as well. I experienced that on the offensive side of the ball going against this defense. So I know it's there. And it's just a matter of us helping those guys in those situations and them coming through for us on their side.
Dennis Allen, defensive coordinator for the Bears, talking about getting Sweat more chances to capitalize and more production on this defense. Courtney Cronin's the one that asked the question to Dennis Allen.
Yeah, well, look. Obviously, we're 2 weeks into the season, and so there's going to be plenty of more opportunities to be able to do that. I think, we got to do some things to try to create some more one-on-one situations. When you're in these games that kind of are, either you're chasing points or they're kind of close games, it doesn't get into one of these games where, it's a throw the ball every time. And I think that's where, you're really able to kind of get after the quarterback a little bit. Look, I think it's just really about trying to create some more opportunities for him and then just being consistent in terms of his technique and his fundamentals, in his pass rush.
We're looking for Sweat to have a big day today. It's Bleck and Abdalla on the air until 1. We're brought to you by Yingling,
the new home of the Bears.
A 1-hour uninterrupted dose of Bleck and Abdalla. No breaks, no gimmicks.
Well, maybe a few gimmicks.
Well, you need a few gimmicks,
right?
But still uninterrupted.
Obviously.
And still pure, honest Bleck and Abdalla fun.
As it should be. Weekdays 2 to 3 on ESPN Chicago.
It's fall again, and that means football, falling leaves, cozy fires, and, of course, a fresh haircut at Great Clips. Whether you want a whole new look for the season or just a trim on a cut you already love, the skilled stylists at your local Great Clips salon are ready to bring it to life for less. With convenient online check-in, you can add your name to the list and stop in whenever it works for you. They'll even send you a ready next text when you're up next for a haircut, so you can get all of your fall errands done rather than waiting in the salon. Once your cut is finished, the friendly stylists at Great Clips will save the details in clip notes so you can get the look you love every time you come in. And the best part? Great Clips' everyday affordable prices means you'll have money left over for fall fun as well. Look your greatest for the new season. Download the app and get into your local Great Clips salon for a fresh fall haircut today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Did you know that Fry the Coop is now using Vienna beef pickles on their epic chicken sandwiches?
Vienna beef sells pickles?
What do you live under a rock? Yeah, Vienna beef is celebrating 100 years of selling pickles. Where have you been?
Right here.
Well, they are the bomb.com. Fry the Coop uses their zesty pickles, which are a sweet and spicy crinkle cut pickle. When I tell you they are epic, they are epic. If you haven't tried Vienna beef pickles, do yourself a favor and head to Fry the Coop today.
Has the excitement of betting turned into worry? Feeling overwhelmed every time you roll the dice? Problem gambling doesn't just affect your wallet. It can impact your health, relationships, and peace of mind. But there's hope. Gateway Foundation is here to help you take back control of your life with personalized treatment options. You don't have to face this alone. Call Gateway Foundation today at 844-444-5780. That's 844-444-5780.
And here we are, folks. It's the Jeff and Jeff Call. I know football.
And I know houses, because when it comes to selling your house, you need a winning team you can trust.
No surprises, no fumbles, just a clear path to closing, just like a perfect play.
Jeff Buys Your House makes it simple. A fair offer, no repairs needed, and a closing date on your timeline.
Don't take a chance selling your house with just anyone. Visit us at jeffbuysyourhouse.com for your no-obligation offer today.
As a scientist, I can tell you that Sundays are only 24 hours long. But with NFL Sunday Ticket and YouTube TV, you get every game every Sunday all in one place. That's upwards of 30 hours of NFL in one day. How can there be 30 hours in 24 hours, you ask? I have a theory. Magic. New users get NFL Sunday Ticket for 8 payments of $34.50 per month. Sign up at NFLSundayTicket.com. Local and national games on YouTube TV. NFL Sunday Ticket for out-of-market games excludes digital-only games and commercial use. Terms and embargoes apply. Availability varies.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
Guests appearing live on ESPN Chicago. Call in on the Yingling hotline.
Yingling is in Chicago. After 196 years, you can now enjoy Yingling Traditional Lager, Light Lager, Golden Pilsner, Black and Tan, and Flight.
It's the Game Day Tailgate Show with Bleck and Abdalla. This is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Got 25 minutes until the network pregame show with Sylvie Waddle and Dion inside Gate O, live from Soldier Field at the Dr. Pepper patio. We are watching all of the action go on around the NFL here in week 3. There's two thoughts. One, every team's kicker sucks. The other thought that we have is there's a lot of bad quarterback play taking place around the NFL today.
Yeah, man.
Early.
Well, not from Matthew Stafford,
play.
I'll say that. Not from
Stafford looks good, but was it Jake Browning threw pick 6 as well? So the Vikings are up 14-0 now?
They are. Let's see. The Colts are up 10-3. Yeah, it's I would say backups are backups for a reason. That's going to be my general theme. And and how about this? Here's my other general theme. No one can make a field goal.
Okay, hold on.
No one can make a field goal.
Jake, Eric, Hannah, are you guys listening to this show?
No one can make it. We're firing kickers left and right.
Cap, over here.
What?
We already discussed this.
We did?
You weren't paying attention.
What did I say?
It's the first thing I said.
You did? I was looking at I was watching football.
You were on your phone.
No, I was watching. Yeah, I was on my phone. I was looking at, and I was trying to.
Eric knows what I'm talking about.
I'm watching football.
But go ahead. The floor is yours on the kickers.
Yeah,
you're right.
No, I was going to tell you what we were talking about during the break. What I said to you during the break is you want to get rid of the tush push. I want to get rid of kickers. I want to fire kickers. You want to get rid of football. I want to get rid of kickers. That's what I want to do. You want to get rid of football. You're trying to kick football out of the game. I'm trying to kick out kickers.
I love football.
You want to tush push as part of football.
Yeah.
I want to get rid of. I want to get rid of the foot.
I like the scrum.
I want to get rid of the foot.
I like hearing the stories from the grizzled old players who say that they're on the bottom of a pile and someone's like biting them.
I want to get rid of the foot. I want to get rid of these kickers that keep missing field goals left and right.
Yeah, they all stink.
It's awful.
All right, 312-332. Why don't you tell us about the kickers again? Go ahead.
I am trying to.
Hunter in Riverside, you're on ESPN Chicago.
It's because of the ball, I'm telling you. Hunter.
Oh, my bad.
No, you're good.
Yeah, you know what? I think I really want to talk about kickers right now.
You should.
No, I think that Bears' perspective here, it's really easy to be pessimistic, as we have been forever. And I got a little bit of hope. I think Ben Johnson, long-term, is going to be a solution. I don't know about Caleb. I don't know about some of these veterans, stuff like that. Today's going to be a pretty telling day. If we can hold our own, stick to them, see the offense, put something together, that could be a little bit reward winning of this team might be able to salvage the season. I like the young guys and Colson Love and Luther Burden, but I think that Ben Johnson's just got to get a lot more autonomous. I think he's got to become kind of like our acting general manager in like a Belichick role long term, and I think that's going to be our only solution.
Yeah, and Hunter, I think that's a fair point to ask for, because Ryan Poles and his draft record just has shown that players that he drafts are not game changers. With that said, I do think that Ben Johnson had a lot of influence on this year's draft class.
Yeah,
so selecting Loveland and Burton and Trapillo, those are all offensive players who are not really doing anything and not playing, and one who hasn't even been active.
Yeah, we do know that Ryan Poles has an issue evaluating talent because we see the results on the field. We also don't know that Ben Johnson can evaluate talent. He's never had to do it. I'm sure he had input in Detroit. I'm sure he can say, yeah, I can make plays for this guy. I'm sure he can say, yeah, I can scheme this guy and I can write up plays for this guy and everything. But has he evaluated? Has he gone and scouted tape and all this kind of stuff? We don't know if he can do that. That's a lot to do. It's hard to do both. It doesn't usually work out well. You need guys that work together. You need guys that that trust each other, that can work, that look at the way it's working in Philly. It works perfectly in Philly. That's the perfect marriage right there.
We go to Southside Al in Grand Rapids, Michigan. You're on ESPN Chicago. What's up,
Hi
Al?
there, Bleck and Abdalla, and I hear Cap in the background.
Well, Cap's not here today. He'll be back tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. But yes, Cap is usually lurking somewhere in the background. Yes.
Shay. Right. I heard him earlier talking about the bad kickers and just the overall tenor of this team. I live in Grand Rapids, Michigan, and I got the hell beat out of me Sunday afternoon and Monday morning. You would not have believed it, and I'm about to lose the Southside Al moniker.
We wouldn't want that.
Yeah. It's terrible up here. I thought we had it all when we got Ben Johnson last year.
Same. All right, Al, thank you for the call. Appreciate it.
All right,
go Bears.
Take care.
Go Bears. Hopefully they get a win today. Let's get to 1 and 2. All right. There we go, Al.
Gotta beat the Blues.
Oh, yep. Thank you, Al. I think Al had a joke for you.
I think Al had a joke for himself.
I think he called you Cap.
I think you should give him his proper nomenclature. It's Southside Al.
Southside Al.
Yeah, he's afraid of losing that.
I know.
Call him by his proper name.
We go to Randy in Seattle listening on the ESPN Chicago app. Hello, Randy.
Hey, guys. The caller who said about, just want to see the Bears hold their own, that phrase is about to take on new meaning this year, the way it's going. I'm going to leave it at that. Not why I called, though. I agree with you, Chris. Not a lot good about this Bears defense that we've seen, and the players and the money players. Look, we'd be better with guys who were healthy, of course, but still, there's a lot lacking out there from what is out there. While I'm not in favor of the guys that we chose, we needed help other places, I can give you a partial explanation for the Bears draft this past season as to why they took a Colston Loveland and a Luther Burden and an Ozzie Trapillo. And the only thing I can think of as defending those picks at this point in time is that the guys in front of them, the Cole Kmet, the DJ Moore, and Darnell Wright, are not guys that Ben Johnson wants on his roster long term. Other than that, I don't have another answer, but that's the only logic I can apply to this. And I think Ben Johnson has a lot to do with the guys that are going to be on this team. You know, it's the old Bill Parcells line, look, if you want me to fix the dinner, let me have some input in the ingredients.
Yes, right.
And Ben Johnson, I think, wields a lot of power, more so than you would ever expect from a rookie head coach, just by how much in demand he was, what they paid to get him. And I think he has significant say. Again, it's the only reason I can think of for those picks at this point in time.
Yeah, Randy, and I agree with you because thanks for the call. I do think it is. I don't think Cole Kmet matches what Ben Johnson ultimately wants from his tight end, so I get that. And it could be a situation where Ben Johnson scouted this team and what he saw in the past, and there is a possibility that maybe DJ Moore doesn't really match what he wants as a number one wide receiver. And so if you continue to draft wide receivers highly in the rounds of the draft, and then you can at some point move on from those players, it's possible.
Yeah,
it's certainly possible. But you can't have the players that you don't want in the future not performing, and then the guys that you draft to replace them also not performing.
Well,
that's just a bunch of players that don't perform.
Well, the problem is you said you want to win now. Like you came in and said you can win now. And the guys that you might necessarily want on this team are very highly paid guys. Like, you might have other uses for Cole Kmet, and you might say, okay, well, what I want from Cole Kmet, a $4 million tight end can do. Well, Cole Kmet's getting paid $10 million. You got to use him.
Right.
DJ Moore's getting paid a lot of money. You got to use him. He's got to perform. Or you might not want him on the team. You got to use him. Okay? These guys have to perform. So you have to use him. Yeah, sure, you drafted Colston Loveland. And he might be cheap, and he might be what you want, and he might be your next Sam Laporta. Cool. But Cole Kmet's still here, so you got to use him. And you might see that, Rome Odunze is your next number one wide receiver. Well, guess what? DJ Moore's still here. And cool, use him as a running back. That's a very expensive running back. Okay? That is an extremely expensive running back. Find ways to use him as a wide receiver. Like, you have to find ways to get these guys involved. This offense needs to get going today. Well, I've talked about this with previous quarterbacks. I talked about this with Trubisky. I talked about this with Justin Fields. I talked about this last year with Caleb Williams. Games like today are examples where you face a defense like this, where this is a game where, tomorrow when you get the get-ups and the first takes, they should be talking about Caleb Williams and the offense. This is a game where he should perform well. This is a game where this defense that they're going against, this offense should shine. And there's no excuses. They're at home. The offensive line shouldn't have any pre-snap penalties.
Shouldn't.
Okay? We've seen Ben Johnson be able to scheme guys open. Caleb Williams should be able to get them the football. So it's games like this where you should see a breakout game from Caleb Williams. And that's what I expect to see from the Bears in this offense.
It's just tough because you call out the offensive line, and last week against the Lions, the Bears had 10 plays because of penalties or sacks where their down and distance was greater than 1st and 10. They had 10 of those plays, and only 2 of the 10 did they have a successful outcome after that point. So, they had a 1st and 15, 1st and 20, 2nd and 17, a 2nd and 32. The 2nd and 32 was the play that Caleb threw the interception down the right sideline. 1st and 15, 3rd and 14, 1st and 25, 2nd and 34, 3rd and 34, and in the fourth quarter they had a 3rd and 15, and on that play, that's where Caleb hit Rome Odunze for like a 34-yard gain.
Mm-hmm.
So essentially, if the offensive line or anyone has a mistake on the offense that puts the Bears behind down in distance, it kills the offense.
It's done.
They can't come back from that.
You might as well just punt at that point.
10 different times last week they were in those scenarios.
Mm-hmm.
You can't do that and win football games. It's Bleck and Abdalla.
ESPN Chicago.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen. You can now listen to The Rich Eisen Show right here on the home of the Chicago Bears.
The Rich Eisen Show, weekdays noon to 2.
ESPN Chicago.
I wish I had Morgan Freeman in my life just to narrate me through situations.
Impressionist and comedian Frank Caliendo.
Because my wife will ask me, do I look fat in these jeans? Well, that's when Frank realized he'd be sleeping on the couch for a while.
At the Paramount Theater in Aurora, one night only, Saturday, October 25th.
You could not play Scrabble with Charles Barkley.
Hundreds of voices from one mind.
What are you going to do, challenge when he puts this down?
TRBL. Frank Caliendo.
What's that?
Terrible. October 25th. Get tickets now at ParamountAurora.com.
When your team's best players have all been traded and the latest pick is overrated, just raise a glass with a friend or two and tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do. May your team be great and your picks be true, and if it falls apart, you'll know what to do. Just raise a glass with a fan or two and tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do. It's a crazy world, so what do? You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do. Hey! Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by William Grant & Sons, Inc., New York, New York.
Don't wait to start building your future. North Park University in Chicago is enrolling now. North Park is known for its renowned nursing and education programs, a 15-to-1 student-to-faculty ratio, and classes where professors get to know you personally. The warm Christian community welcomes those from all faith backgrounds, and students graduate ready to lead in schools, communities, and beyond. Apply today at northpark.edu. That's northpark.edu. North Park University, where faith, purpose, and career come together.
Save big money on doors at Menards. Mastercraft makes great doors inside and out, building the highest quality doors in a wide variety of styles. Add beauty to your home's entryway with an exterior door from Mastercraft. Shop the best in-stock selection or design your door your way, in-store or online. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry. Promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training, Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They are at the forefront of design and installation of environmental-friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me. Like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Rates may vary. Billed monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
I'm Brent, and I've been on Nutrafol for almost 5 years now. I like Nutrafol because it was a hair growth supplement that was completely drug-free. After 3 months, my hair got stronger and thicker, which gave a huge boost to my social life. I mean, it was life-changing, to be honest.
Get growing at Nutrafol.com/men. That's Nutrafol.com/MEN. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition. Real customers were compensated to share their stories.
Hey Chicago, it's Joe Aurelio, and if you haven't heard, we've created our new Poperoni Pizza to honor the Pope's most recent visit to Aurelio's Pizza in Homewood. It's now available at all 35 locations. Visit Aurelio'sPizza.com for the location nearest you. Aurelio's Pizza, it's a sauce.
It's the Game Day Tailgate Show with Bleck and Abdalla. This is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago.
We are 8 minutes away from the network pregame show. Sylvie Waddle Dion inside Gate O, live from Soldier Field at the Dr. Pepper patio. Stop on by, see them on your way to your seats today if you're going to the game. You can also listen right here on ESPN Chicago. Juniak and Thayer have the call of today's action at 3:25. Bears Cowboys on the lakefront. Week 3 in the NFL. Don't forget, we also have 4 hours of post-game coverage following the game with Yurko, Peggy, Jeff, Pat, and McKee. Coverage post-game, 4 hours worth right here on ESPN Chicago. If you're a White Sox fan, a baseball fan, you're looking for White Sox baseball, you can find the Sox and the Padres and WGN radio throughout today, as well as they first pitch on the South Sides at 1:10. Bleck and Abdalla with you for the next couple minutes before we hand it off to Sylvie, Waddle, and Dion. Thank you to Hannah LaMotta and Jake Santos for producing today's show of Bleck and Abdalla. We will be back tomorrow at 2. 2 to 3 weekdays right here on ESPN Chicago, uninterrupted. Brought to you by Yingling. So we will talk to you tomorrow about the Bears and the Cowboys as we get set for this game, Abdalla. How do you see this one going and playing out?
Well, I know a few things to be true. I know that the Bears defense has not been good for the last 5 quarters. They've given up a lot of points. I don't know what 52 plus whatever it was is, but it's a lot. And I know that the Bears offense has not been good either. And I know that Dak Prescott is a top 10 quarterback when he plays at this MVP level that he is capable of, and he's got better weapons. I have the Cowboys scoring a lot of points, and the Bears not scoring as many points as them.
Oh, no.
I have the Cowboys winning 37-28.
That is a very high score.
37-28.
37-28.
I haven't seen anything from this team to prove otherwise. I also think there's something weird when, and I know people will say that are listening and people that are, watching us and whatever, that'll be like, well, not everyone's picking the Bears. A lot of people are picking the Bears.
It feels like the Bears,
a lot of people are picking the Bears.
Short underdog at home is a very popular pick.
A lot of gamblers and a lot of professional people are picking the Bears, and that's cool. I might be wrong. I've been wrong every time this year, and hopefully I'm wrong again. And if I'm wrong, that's better for the Bears and better for us. 37-28 Cowboys.
I'm really looking to see if this team can respond. We were hoping that they would do that, traveling to a hostile environment last week against Detroit, and they were punked. They didn't have it at any level. They were hanging around in the game, but back 2 scores throughout most of the first half, and then the halftime situation, and they get that last touchdown before halftime, and then the second half was just a total collapse and a disaster. I want to see if this team can do it. It's going to require getting the score first, playing from a lead defensively, allowing Sweat, Odangbo, and others to get after Dak Prescott, get him off of his mark, and really build some momentum like you did against Minnesota. It just don't give it all up in the fourth quarter, because that to me is the only way this gets done. Mm-hmm. You had a score where the score is a little bit wider of a margin. Is that because the Bears are scoring late to get that close, or are the Cowboys running out with this early and then they're playing catch up the entire time?
I think I have it being a little bit more back and forth, and then the Cowboys eventually
pull away at the end.
Just kind of pull away, and the Bears aren't able to get as many stops.
Yeah, and that's where, if we're playing through all of the different scenarios to how the Bears win this game, they have to score early. They have to run the football well. The offensive line cannot make mistakes. The defensive line has to disrupt Dak Prescott. He and CeeDee Lamb are one of the best quarterback wide receiver combos in football. There's very few that are above them. Maybe a handful. Mm-hmm. They're better. But they're in the top category of the best pass catchers who are, CeeDee Lamb is going to tear apart these defensive backs. And Tyreek Stevenson has shown early in this season that he hasn't stepped up. And he's going to be your best corner that's out there today. Mm-hmm. So you need pressure on Dak. You need the secondary to step up. You need the offensive line to play mistake-free football today. You need Caleb to take another step forward in his development. You need a lot for the Bears to get this win. I'm picking Dallas to win it 41-38. I don't trust this defense. I would sleep with one eye open if they were in the room with me. And I don't trust them at all. And I think
the
Bears
have it much closer than I
think
do.
The Bears do keep it close, and I do think that the Bears will score points offensively.
70.
But I don't trust that this team has their stuff together to execute in the final 5 minutes of a game to win a football game. I do believe Dallas will.
All right, so we're betting alternate overs. Okay, cool. All right, cool.
All right, here we go. Network pregame show. Sylvie, Waddle, Dion. Let's find a win.
Prove us wrong, kids.
We'll talk to you tomorrow.
ESPN Chicago.
Hi, this is Dave Musial, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. Do you have a plumbing emergency? Call Four Seasons. An electrical emergency? Call Four Seasons. A heating or cooling emergency? Call Four Seasons. Same-day hot water tank installation needed? Call Four Seasons. Need a whole home generator? Call Four Seasons. We guarantee same-day installation on all heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. And no extra charge for nights, weekends, or holidays.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
This is the take care of my family goal. This is the enjoy the life I've built goal. This is the set up a foundation goal. This is Busey, where your goals become lasting legacies. Through bespoke plans that maximize your wealth, through partnerships that give you peace of mind. Because building wealth, tending to it, and passing it down secures a brighter future. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Member FDIC.
If you aren't sleeping well, you aren't ready for game day. If you're dealing with sinus pressure, your cheers won't be heard. Football season requires your attention to these details. That's why I recommend Sinus and Snoring MD. Their advanced, minimally invasive procedures and treatments help you breathe better, sleep better, and feel better. Be your best on game day. Visit sinusandsnoringmd.com today or call 847-545-0147. That's sinusandsnoringmd.com. Let's go.
It all started back in 1971 when Rocco Polisi and his wife Nancy brought a taste of Italy to Chicago. That's right, Nancy's Pizza, home of the original stuffed pizza. Rocco crafted his recipe from scratch, and when you cut into that crispy crust, you get a gooey molten blend of mozzarella and your favorite fillings that's just perfection. Also, try Nancy's thin crust, crispy on the edges with that caramelized cheese. It is sure to hit the spot. Taste a piece of Chicago pizza history. Stop by my guys at Nancy's in the West Loop on your way to the game, or order from any of their locations throughout the suburbs.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago.
When I think of Bears Cowboys, I think of the fedora-wearing Hall of Fame coaches George Halas and Tom Landry. Both were innovators, both top 5 all-time in victories.
Like a rhinestone cowboy.
When I think of Bears Cowboys, I think of America's team against the charter franchise, the first, the brick and mortar of the NFL.
Original gangster.
When I think of Bears Cowboys, I think of November 17, 1985, 44-zip in Dallas. Historically dominant. It moved the Bears to 11-0 and clinched a division title. Now, rookie head coaches collide amid the backdrop of the 40th anniversary of that monumental win. We're halfway through the first month of the season. Early indeed. Yet the angst of postseason absence hovers like a thick fog over both franchises. Each fan base grows restless with every issue that arises, complicating the rebuild or reload or whatever you want to call the next championship chase.
So call it what you want, yeah, call it what you want to.
From rookie mistakes, penalties, shaky defense, divisional woes, turnovers, and relentless microscopic coverage of the quarterbacks, it's baked into the DNA of doubt.
I got 99 problems, but
how about giving the benefit of the doubt to new coaches with new ideas, new rally cries, and a new way of doing business?
Don't believe me, just watch.
Time is on their side. This is Jeff Joniak. Welcome to Bears and Cowboys on ESPN Chicago and the Bears Radio Network.
The Chicago Bears Radio Network is brought to you in part by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana, Miller Lite, the Advantage Dealer Group, and Dr. Pepper. This is Bears football on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Now, the Bears Pregame Show, live on the Chicago Bears Radio Network. Please welcome Tom Waddle, Dion Miller, and Mark Silverman.
When I think of Bears Cowboys, I think of Mike Ditka, a young up-and-coming head coach as a special teams coach under Tom Landry, who Jeff Joniak just spoke about, coming over and cleaning up a mess that was the early 80s Chicago Bears. So then it ultimately led to that 44-0 win in the 85 season, but it took a lot of work. Ditka didn't just show up and things cleaned up, and now we have ourselves another young up-and-coming and a guy who wants to preach accountability as the Bears head coach, and Ben Johnson. And yes, there are things to clean up. The Bears enter at 0-2, but we should be ready for a shootout, guys, as it is right now, it could be rainy later, a picture-perfect afternoon at Soldier Field. What is going on, guys?
Is set. The stage is set for the Bears offense to perform at a higher level, to clean things up, to take a step. They felt like Caleb Williams did that from week 1 to week 2 on a short week. Now you've had a full week. Coaches really challenged them at practice to change those habits that they've had, and hopefully we see that today.
Yeah, the good news first is the Bears offense, I think, is got an opportunity here to have a signature type of game. They're facing a Cowboys defense that has put up very little resistance early in the year. They've got some injuries. There's no Micah Parsons. There's no Deron Bland, their Pro Bowl caliber cornerback. They're relatively healthy, and they've been together now for several weeks. So my expectation is this is a great opportunity for them to have one of those signature type of offensive performances against a Cowboy team that is reeling on the other side of the ball. It's also an opportunity for the Bears defense to somehow, some way put their foot in the ground and say no more, because they have had a number of problems trying to stop opponents, especially in the last 5 quarters, where they've given up 680 yards and 73 points. That's got to stop.
Those numbers are not fun to hear.
No.
There's also Matt Eberflus on the other sideline today. A familiarity, I think, for some of these the Bears on offense who went against his defense for the last couple of seasons here in Chicago. So we'll see. We'll see what he's able to dial up. I know he was under some heat this week despite their win, just because of the amount of yards they gave up. I mean, Russell Wilson had 450 yards last week in that overtime win. So I think he's under a little bit of pressure too. Not that he's going to say he feels anything different coming here to Soldier Field, but there's some emotion there too.
I guarantee you that he'd love to get his pound of flesh.
Of course.
I just don't think he has the horses to go out there and execute his plan defensively. So, I mean, he can have some hard feelings. I don't know whether or not that will transfer into them being able to slow down a Bears offense, if in fact they can get rid of these self-inflicted mistakes. No more penalties, guys.
Oh, come on.
Like, what do we have now? 20 for 177 yards in 2 games. That's got to go. I mean, all of that's got to go. They're not talented enough to overcome some of these self-inflicted wounds. So, job one is to play a cleaner football game across the board.
I think there have been some talk inside Hallis Hall where they're starting to feel a little more confident, and something, Waddle, you started off talking about with Caleb, that Caleb having a pretty good game. Dion, you spoke about that too, that I think Ben's starting to get more confident that there's the buy-in, that there's the work ethic that he's asking for. Now, he did mention the practice habits, and we'll play you that later, but I think he's starting to think maybe one of these games the offense is going to pop, and what better time than today? Because as you guys were just saying, yeah, you could say no more on defense, but we know there is going to be more. Just has to be at a lower level of what that more is. It can't be like in Detroit.
No, and listen, this is how good football teams work. When one side of the ball is down, the other side's got to carry the burden. So this offense, again, relatively healthy. Yeah, like not Luther Burden, but I would like to see him more involved as well. But, you look at the defense, if you're an offensive player and you're like, listen, I know it ain't going well right now, and I know you have some injuries. This one's on us. We're healthy. We're starting to click a little bit. Our quarterback's starting to feel more comfortable. So, again, this is, complementary football. This is an opportunity for this offense to go out there and kind of shoulder the heavy load today.
It was just disappointing to hear Ben Johnson say this week that Detroit played harder than we did. And I don't feel like the Bears are in a position to not play as hard as they possibly can. I don't know if they have the talent to not play as hard as they can all of the time. They can, and that I think that was the most disappointing thing coming out of Detroit, was just hearing that he's not seeing them finish and he's not seeing them go through their techniques and doing that at practice, because the only way it shows up on Sunday is if you're doing it at practice, and that's not happening. Like, I was really bummed to hear that.
It was the most disappointing part of watching the film, as much as I watched it, and I'm a glutton for punishment, but you watch it the first time to see what the execution is like offensively. You're trying to see if Caleb's making progress, which he did. And then when I heard Ben talk in the week, and he sounded a little disgruntled and a little angry about some of the things you mentioned, D, I went back and looked solely at effort, and there is no doubt, it is glaring, that the Lions, these Bears are not the Lions. Now, I get it. The Lions are a finished product. They're a more talented team. They've won the division each of the last 2 years. They're coming off a 15-win season. That's a given. But Effort is the one thing that you can control. I'm sure, Sylvie, with your boys, you tell them that every time they step onto the baseball field or the basketball court. The one thing you can control is your effort, and the film doesn't lie. And the film tells you that not only are the Lions ahead of this Bears team, but they also play at a different level of intensity.
Sure.
The effort is they play like their hair is on fire. They swarm to the football. Their wide receivers block. Their running backs don't go out of bounds. Their tight end is downfield picking up some help in the running game as well. So I think that's one of the things that probably has been a little bit concerning to Ben Johnson as he's watched the film over the course of the last couple of weeks.
He said the words, these are youth league football things that they should know. Like, this should be second nature to them, and they're having to go that far down to the basics to instill that kind of work ethic. That is really incredibly disappointing.
And I get the impression that, a line is being drawn. I hope so, because if you make comments like this and you talk about competition and we're going to see who wants to play when the ball's not in his hands and we don't practice like a championship team, if you identify the guys that aren't doing it the right way and you don't make changes, guess what? They're just empty threats. So they want to be held accountable. They want to be coached harder. Hopefully it starts this week. And if you're not doing what you're supposed to do and you're not playing with the level of intensity that's required of you, then you may see less of a workload.
Guys, it's been almost a full year since the Bears have won a game here at Soldier Field. October 6th, 2024 was the Bears' last win at Soldier Field. That came against the Panthers, 36-10. Now remember, they did get a, quote, home win in London the following week against the Jaguars. Not here. That was on October 13th. But it's been that long, guys, since they've won a home game, and this is something that they've got to do first. You've got to establish this home field advantage, and it's going to be, a really loud crowd for both sides because we know Cowboys fans travel, but the Bears have to put up today. And I think it's what you were talking about too, Waddle, about this accountability factor. It's going to be an interesting day to see. Does Ben Johnson's message get through on the stuff both of you guys talked about? Yeah. Does Ben Johnson's offense take another step so they can win in a possible shootout? What does Dennis Allen do to sort of adjust because he can't play the defense that he wants because he doesn't have the personnel? What will he come up with to at least limit a really high-octane offense? But it starts here at home, establishing a home field advantage.
Yeah, and I hope that these guys, feel about this field the way that everybody who's played there feels about it. It just is a special place. It hasn't resulted in wins, but this is where it should start for every team. You've got to be able to defend your home building, and to think that they haven't won since last year in this place, or late last year, and we're not counting
early last year.
Yeah, we're not counting obviously the pregame 38-0 thrashing of the Bills. That doesn't count.
Does not count.
But yeah, go out there and assert yourself, and just kind of I always say this, and it's so stupid, and I acknowledge it, but change the narrative by changing the narrative. Go out there and win today at home, so the next time we're here doing pregame, we don't have to say, well, they haven't won at home since early last year.
Right, that's a number. I want to forget
Change the way that we're talking about you by going out there and getting the best of this Cowboy team.
Yeah, and I would think that Ben Johnson has a good game plan going because he talked about, hasn't had the tight ends involved. That's on him. And, he's growing into his role as well. So we'll see what happens. It just, from last week when you give up 52 points, and now this week you are America's game, all right? So let's show the nation that that's not who you're going to be, that you're not going to let that loss define the way this season continues.
People get tired of hearing it about the lack of home wins or that they've lost 12 out of 13, but it's exactly what you just said, Waddle. You want people to talk differently about you. You want the fans who do want to fight and say, look, I'm tired of the negativity. Well, they've got to win. They've got to show a pulse. They've got to do things that the youth league coaches don't have to say about effort and everything like that. And it's got to start tonight. So this afternoon, I should say, Jalen Johnson was officially put on injured reserve, and we still don't have a definitive official announcement from the Bears if he's going to need surgery or if this is going to be an out for the year type thing. But no Gordon again today. He is inactive. Those guys have been ruled out since the start. So what does Dennis Allen come up with today?
I mean, he didn't have Jalen Johnson through training camp, so he was used to not having him on the team. But at the same time, when you took this job, you expect to have your Pro Bowl corner available to you at some point, and he doesn't. And so that does require a certain amount of adjusting. And no TJ Edwards again today. So, like, they have to find a way to affect the quarterback. Dak Prescott has been in this league long enough. He knows his offense well enough. He knows how to execute it at an extremely high level. They have to make him uncomfortable. I'm not sure they have the bodies to do that. We'll see. Shamar Turner, would he be out there making an impact today? Could he be that guy? I don't know.
From what I hear, he was practicing and, participating at full speed. So I'm not sure. I think we all come to the same conclusions that you have to get to the quarterback and you have to keep everything in front of you.
Mm-hmm.
You have to force them to kick field goals instead of score touchdowns, especially because you know that your offense is expected to have a good day as well. How do you do that? If you can't pressure with 4, you're going to have to bring an extra pass rusher. And if you bring an extra pass rusher, then somebody or everybody behind it is playing man coverage. So I know this is not the way that Dennis Allen wanted the season to start, not being able to be the aggressive coordinator or game planner the way he has been in the past. But, adjustments are a part of the game. And I just don't know if you go through the first 15 minutes and you're not harassing Dak Prescott in any way, shape, or form, you're going to have to adjust.
There's also a certain level of confidence that comes from knowing your kicker can hit it from, like, midfield
90?
and beyond. I know, like,
That's
that
right.
changes everything offensively. You're like, well, we'll just try from here and he'll nail
Must be
it.
nice.
I know. You know what I would really like? I would really like that the opposing quarterback for the Bears not be named NFC Offensive
That'd be
Player of the
great.
Week. Can we not do that this week?
I think
Let's
that'd
make
be
a
a great
different
trend.
choice. Let's make a different choice.
I think if that happens, something good happened today.
Yes.
Because, I expect this big-time shootout. I expect the Bears offense to put up points. I expect the Cowboys to put up a lot of points. Maybe it's Caleb Williams. How about that?
Yeah.
How about the reason why?
Maybe he's the
Dak-
NFC Offensive Player of the Week.
That's right. Maybe it's because we'll still have a hand in having the Offensive Player of the Week, but it will be on the Bears team this time.
That would be a lovely turn of events.
And sometimes the best defense is a good offense. So
yes,
I'm expecting an explosive passing attack as well. But I mean, the best way to slow down Dak and CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens and Ferguson is to keep them on the sideline. So some long, sustained drives would do a number helping that defense as well.
One other bit of good news is the Bears are 2 for 2 on this opening scripted drive.
Yes.
Not just scoring, but scoring 6 on the touchdown. So we'll see if they can make it a 3 for 3 today. The Advantage Dealer Group, and they present our Bears pregame show. We're over 2 hours away from kick. It's a 3:25 start today, so we have plenty of room to roam. If you want to talk to us, 312-332-3776. Keep that number handy as well because we'll take your calls at halftime. And, of course, with Yurko and Peggy on the postgame show. The Advantage Dealer Group pregame show on the Chicago Bears radio network. Find your next Chevy, Acura, or Toyota and drive off in under 60 minutes, and they'll make your first car payment. I saw the guys from the Advantage Dealer Group up in our suite last week, and I believe they'll be there again this week. So shout out to all of them. The Dr. Pepper hotline is open at 312-332-3776. When you do walk into Soldier, you'll see us inside Gate O on the Dr. Pepper patio. And we'll come and talk to Tom Thayer coming up next. Could we see a change at offensive line today, sometime during the game? There may have been hints dropped. We'll see what Thayer has to say. Coming up next, it is Bears and Cowboys on the Chicago Bears radio network.
Reason number 204 to visit the city of Countryside, Chicago's Western Gateway.
Come into Little Joe's for homemade Italian beef, meatballs, and giardiniera. Little Joe's is a family-owned restaurant for 55 years and counting and is a countryside must-try. Chicago dogs, Italian sausage, and much more. What more could you ask for in a neighborhood staple like Little Joe's? Stop in today at the corner of LaGrange and Plainfield Road or check them out online at littlejoesbeef.net. Little Joe's, where everybody knows everybody.
This is the take care of my family goal. This is the enjoy the life I've built goal. This is the set up a foundation goal. This is Busey, where your goals become lasting legacies. Through bespoke plans that maximize your wealth, through partnerships that give you peace of mind. Because building wealth, tending to it, and passing it down secures a brighter future. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Member FDIC.
At Bell Tire, we don't just care about tires, we care about you.
Bell Tire.
We care about you too, Tire Man. But caring about our customers is why we'll beat anyone's tire price. And with 0% financing, we make sure everyone can get back on the road fast and affordably. Because taking care of our customers by getting them the best deal possible is how we're changing tires.
Bell Tire.
See belltire.com for details.
Miller Lite, the legendary light beer. The originator, the inventor. If this beer could talk, it'd tell stories about that one time, that night, that one guy, that one gal. Writing a story 50 years long and 50 million friends wide. Because legendary stories start with a light. Here's to 50 years of Miller Time. Celebrate responsibly. 2025 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
This is Courtney Cronin, talking with two of Chicago's top personal injury lawyers, Julio Costa and Anthony Iavone of Costa Iavone.
See that? The name works. Keeping it simple.
Well, of course, it's your last names.
But the real point is that we can keep it simple because we are Chicagoans and our clients are Chicagoans. We know the city and we have a strong sense of the Chicagoland clients we represent.
And that puts them at ease right from the start.
Bingo. Bottom line, we get you, and we're here when you need us.
Costa Iavone. Keep our number in your phone.
708-4million.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
In football, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. At Great Clips, they save your haircut details in clip notes, so every member of the highly skilled team knows exactly how to create your signature look. And with our easy-to-use app, you can check in from anywhere and get a ready next text when you're up next for a cut. It's the confidence of a great haircut, delivered by a team you trust. Download our app today. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Illinois State University and Chicago's favorite football team have a lot in common. A long tradition. Illinois State is the oldest public university in Illinois. A history of success. Redbird graduates earn $15,000 more than the national average. And highly regarded recruits. Our newest freshman class is our largest ever. There's never been a better time to tune in on Sundays, and there's never been a better time to be a Redbird. Get started on a Hall of Fame career today. Learn more and apply for admission at illinoisstate.edu/admission.
How about this? We're your home for the new Bears.
I like it. This is the home of your new Chicago Bears. ESPN Chicago.
Game day tailgate 4 hours before kickoff. ESPN Chicago.
It is the Advantage Dealer Group pregame show on your home for the Bears. As the Bears get set to take on the Cowboys. Doors still haven't opened here at Soldier Field. Remember, 3:25 kick with a national exposure today, but your hometown call always happens on our radio, and Jeff and Tom are the best in the business. It's our time to catch up with Tom Thayer, Super Bowl champion, longtime voice of the Chicago Bears, and a guy who just loves ball. He's brought to you by UI Health. Expert care for your journey. Visit uihealth.care. And I'm told that Tom is joining us from the field today.
Ooh.
Not the booth right now. What's it like out there, Tom?
It's beautiful. I mean, the conditions are a little hot. It'll be a little sweaty for the big guys, but field conditions are absolutely perfect. It's the new sod kind of grew into itself over the game against the Minnesota Vikings. And, ready to roll. I turned a fan on, so I'm comfy.
Ben Johnson talked a little bit about adjusting things on the offensive line with Darnell Wright and Braxton Jones. What have you seen from that group and how they've tried to come together through these first two games?
Say that again. I get some interference in my...
No, that's okay. Ben Johnson talked about adjusting some things on the offensive line with Darnell Wright and Braxton Jones and trying to figure things out up front. What have you noticed about the group? through the first 2 games?
I think they're getting a better handling on the cadence and everything that they're hearing from Caleb. And even if it's a sped-up offense like it was last week in Detroit or, from what they learned from the Minnesota game. But I just think it's about their play. It's, you got to make sure that these guys are up to the tasks at hand. And, we talked a little bit about it. If Dallas is going to give you a consistent diet of four-man rush, then there's got to be an offensive tackle that can withstand an individual assignment himself and be able to give Caleb the time he's needed. Because every time that you call a pass protection, whether it's straight drop back or a directional protection, there's a direction and emphasis of the offensive line. So when you're talking about these guys having a one-on-one assignment, you got to be able to create a stalemate at the line of scrimmage that doesn't create an impact in the quarterback's throwing space or in his face. And it's the same thing with Braxton. You're a tall guy, and you got to be able to attack with your length. You can't sit back and absorb rushers into your body and then have them push you back into the space of the quarterback. So specifically speaking about pass blocking assignments by the offensive tackles, it's just that they're going to have to be more of a stalemate offensive tackle at the line of scrimmage. And I'm not asking them for unrealistically hold them out for 5 seconds. I'm looking for 3 seconds of protected time for Caleb to be able to sit in the pocket and identify where his most threatening receiver is going to open up. And then in the run game, we all know that's going to entail. It's going to be about being physical at the snap count. And now they have the luxury of playing at home, and if they can better understand the cadence out of Caleb and have more of an initial burst at the line of scrimmage and have a running game that is having sustained success, that's what you're looking for. But I kind of like Ben Johnson at the podium, and he's putting the message out there that we expect everybody out there to play up to where we think that you need to play or where you should play. And because they have the young guys waiting in the wings and Theo Benedette and Ozzie Trapillo, that no one here is given a job for a lifetime. It's about how you play and how much better you play today.
Yeah, and Tom, you led me there perfectly, because something we talked a lot about on Friday after we played that Ben Johnson sound from the podium, when he talked about Braxton Jones, knowing the game plan but fading in the second half. Do you think even if they rotate a guy like Benedette in just to see if they can do some things where they don't need to help out as much, do you think that's a possibility that we could see him at left today, at least at some point?
Listen, until you have the perfect recipe, it's always, up for, the challenge of the position. And if they think that you're doing things, you're improving in practice and you're doing things a little bit better and you deserve a series or a feeling out period to give you an opportunity to go out and play, I think today's the perfect environment for it. You're at home, natural grass field, crowd is on your side. If they believe that Theo Benedette can give them a more of a physical approach from the line of scrimmage, whether it's drop back pass or running game, then I do think they're going to offer him the opportunity. They wouldn't have made the change in training camp and starting to feed him more reps at the left tackle position if they really didn't feel that they may be on the cusp of something here with a more competition at the left tackle position. And that's something they talked about since the beginning of training camp. And just because training camp was over, it didn't mean the competition was over. That's when the competition increases for every position in football on both sides of the ball and every team in the league.
Tom, as you mentioned, the tone from the coach and from both coaches, both he and Dennis Allen, was a little angrier this week. You talk about guys being held accountable. If the effort isn't there, Tom, or the competitive juices aren't flowing with some players, does the coach risk kind of, I wouldn't say losing them, but losing some credibility if he doesn't act on some of the things he talked about?
I do. T. Waddle, one thing, and you know more about this than I do for sure, is I'm looking at how long are you going to stick with the coverages you're playing if they don't necessarily fit the group that you have on defense. If you need to get more instantaneous pressure on the quarterback, or do you still have the skill level to go out there and play tons of man coverage, especially when you're bringing in CeeDee Lamb and Pickens and the rest of these guys. So I think it kind of is a kind of a figuring out period. Is this the best scheme that we're playing to fit our talent the best? But in an effort type of evaluation, the first thing you got to tell me is, from an assistant coach, a head coach, a scout, whatever, if you're not getting the effort out of the position and the player that you need, then that's going to get you yanked off the field a lot more than, okay, the difficulty of the task at hand against some premier receivers. If the quarterback is getting a maximum amount of time to find an open receiver. And I think last week we saw it from the very beginning that Jared Goff was getting the time he needed. He was allowing the receivers to get some separation, and he was delivering the ball accurately in forward motion that it was difficult to catch up and stop. And so, effort's one thing, but, making sure that it's still the right scheme that's being called.
Are you surprised, Tom, that the tight ends haven't been more involved?
I'm super surprised, Dion. And, today I was thinking, there's got to be a minimum between the two of them, 10 targets. And I would like to see more, because I think if you're having trouble on running the ball on first down to make you in a more favorable and threatening second down situation, listen, man, these two tight ends, these four tight ends they have on the roster, you could easily throw them the ball for 4 to 6 yards per attempt every single time, especially on first and second down. Then if you get yourselves in a 2nd and 4 or a 3rd and 2, then your opportunity to succeed is going to be much greater if you get the tight end position involved. And you can still keep them in an emergency chip and go position on the line of scrimmage if you think an offensive tackle is vulnerable to giving up pressure, because these guys, they have the athleticism. Cole Kmet in the last couple weeks has been one of the best blocking tight ends in the league. But I think for us and the fan base and everybody else, we're glad Cole's good at it, but we'd rather see Cole get targeted, 8 to 10 times a game, and then the combined total for the tight ends positions 10 times minimum.
And the Cowboys have struggled with a lot defensively so far through 2 weeks, but the middle of the field has been a huge issue for them. Last week, Russell Wilson was 15 of 18, targeting the middle of that field and completions between the numbers. So perfectly, a perfect opportunity, Tom, for the tight ends to have a huge impact on this game.
Right. Listen, they're going to start Reddy Stewart today. He was with the Bears. They all know him well. In the middle of the field, at the middle linebacker position, that's playing in every snap position this year, and Jack Sanborn. Nothing against him. I love the guy. He was a great teammate, and he really did a lot and earned some really important playing time, but he was the third inserted linebacker. If you want to talk about the tight end position or the center of the field, you got gutsy guys like DJ and Rome who will go into the middle like Zacchaeus. But then if you want to go to that 4 to 6 yard area and try to see if Jack Sanborn can cover Colston or Cole, I'd experiment with that as often as possible. So it's not being unfair to Jack, because I think he's a self-made guy in the NFL. However, if he does have some limitations, I think it's playing 65 defensive snaps and having a lot of coverage responsibilities.
Tom, before we let you go, I think one of the keys to the game is, as much as we talk about Brandon Aubrey and how far he can kick and what a weapon he is, if he is used as a weapon today, that's a good thing for the Bears, right? Leave those touchdowns into field goals instead, and then you may be in business here.
Yeah, but, I saw Aubrey out here early today, and he's trying to figure out the wind inside the stadium. He knows it's a natural grass surface. The footing's going to be good. He's going to look at the flags up on top of the goalpost to see which way they're moving. So there's a little bit more that, these kickers have to figure out in this atmosphere than they do when they're playing in the perfect confines of home.
All right, Tom, we'll talk to you in the booth a little bit later. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom.
There he is, Tom Thayer, on the field today.
Love it.
Outstanding in his breakdown.
Forgot to ask him if he said hello to Matt Eberflus.
Is he still there?
I don't know. No, he's gone.
We can ask him when he comes back.
We'll ask him when he comes back.
There you go.
There we go. Save that for later.
And we'll see if J-Mac talked to him. You just saw Eberflus taking some laps getting his steps in before the game.
These coaches, that's what they do. They just
walk
walk around the field.
Yes, they do. There's some interesting scores around the NFL that I want to catch everyone up on, including a couple of games in the division that are notable today. Bears on a 3:25 kickoff here. The doors are open. People are ready to go. If you're tailgating right now, you're on your way to the game, come out and see us at the Dr. Pepper patio. And don't forget that Dr. Pepper hotline at 312-332-3776. One-of-a-kind fans won legendary prize, Score Bears tickets with Dr. Pepper, bold, original, and made for game day. Enter now at drpeppersticketsweeps.com/Bears. It's a Pepper thing. Courtney Cronin is also going to join us next. We're under 2 hours away from kick. It's Bears and Cowboys. It's the Advantage Dealer Group Chicago Bears pregame show on the Bears Radio Network.
Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana wants you to drive away a winner this September. Every Friday, we're giving away a brand new 2026 Jaguar. Earn entries weekly to increase your chances of driving away in luxury and style. Join us at Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana each Friday in September. Be there, and you could be the next lucky winner to drive away in a Jaguar. Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana, just off Exit 6, I-8094. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
In Chicago, football isn't just a game, it's a way of life. And when the Bears hit the field, there's only one drink that brings the flavor, Dr. Pepper. And now, it could be your ticket in. Enter the Dr. Pepper Bears ticket sweepstakes at drpepperticketsweeps.com/Bears for your chance to win tickets to an upcoming game. Terms and conditions may apply.
Hey football fans, it's Adam Colopy with the Village of Bedford Park. Just like a winning team needs great players, your business needs the right support to succeed. And that's exactly what you'll find in Bedford Park. Our team works hard to block obstacles, open lanes, and help drive your business into the end zone. Plus, we offer a safe and reliable Lake Michigan water supply. Ready to move the chains for your business? Contact me, Adam Colopy, at ACOLLOPY@villageofbedfordpark.com.
Mark your calendar, Chicago. The President's Cup is coming to Medina Country Club September 22nd through 27th, 2026. Join us for the premier global golf event featuring the top U.S. and international PGA Tour players competing for their country. It's all happening right here in our backyard, and you're not going to want to miss this. Tickets are on sale now at presidentscup.com.
Hi, this is Dave Musial, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric, with our biggest sale ever. Furnaces from $39 a month. Furnace and air conditioning combos from $59 a month. Plus 72 months interest-free financing and up to a $4,000 system rebate. Four Seasons guaranteed to beat any competitor's price by up to $1,000 guaranteed. So call today for your free in-home estimate and same-day installation.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
With America's best lineup of hybrids from Hyundai, you get the best of both worlds. Like the reliable and efficient Tucson Hybrid, backed by America's best warranty. The Hyundai Tucson Hybrid. It's the best of both worlds.
Lease a Hyundai Tucson for $239 a month or get 1.99% APR on the Tucson or Tucson Hybrid. Offers end September 30th. Call 224-661-0068 for details.
If you're turning 65 or new to Medicare, Humana might just have the health plan you're looking for. Our Medicare Advantage plans offer coverage and care you can count on. You could get a plan with a $0 premium or an all-in-one plan that may include medical and prescription coverage, as well as routine dental, vision, and hearing. Learn more at gethumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO and PPO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
Hey, I'm ordering dinner. I was thinking burgers.
Boom! I just earned a $650 bonus for opening up a checking account at Old National Bank. Sorry, what'd you say? Burgers?
No, I definitely said 40-ounce dry-aged tomahawk steaks. Yep, with those little sauteed mushrooms.
Earn up to a $650 bonus when you open an eligible checking account and complete qualifying activities. Visit oldnational.com/checking and get old. Member FDIC. Additional restrictions apply. Offer valid through October 31st, 2025.
This is the home for every Bears game.
Touchdown! Touchdown Bears!
ESPN Chicago.
Tom Waddle, Deion Miller, and Mark Silverman. Bears pregame.
Sunny, warm, and humid for now here at Soldier Field. We could get some rain during the game. Bears and Cowboys. We have a 3:25 kickoff. There are a couple interesting scores, and then we'll get to Courtney. The Vikings. Did you guys see this?
This is insane to me.
The Vikings and Bengals, it's a battle of backups, obviously, with Wentz and Browning, and both of those guys are out. They're minutes into the third quarter, just 5 minutes into the third quarter. The Vikings are crushing the Bengals 31-3.
It's unbelievable.
31-3. And then the other interesting game is the Packers, who are undefeated and have looked great. This Browns team plays defense.
Yes.
Like they may not be able to score, but they play hard and they play defense. Packers lead that game. The start of the third quarter, it is 3-0.
Yeah,
So different.
Jordan Love's been sacked 4 times already. Most teams don't touch him. He was one of the least sacked QBs in the league last year. But the Browns' pass rush is just relentless.
All right, let's go to Courtney Cronin right now. We still don't have the injury report. We'll get you that in a moment once it comes out at about 5 till 2 o'clock. Today's injury report, when it does come out, is always brought to you by Maurici Longo and Associates. If you've been injured at work or in an accident, visit MauriciLongo.com. That's MORICILONGO, Maurici Longo and Associates. As Courtney joins us right now. Courtney, we do know, obviously, that the Bears are very, very banged up. Before the game, they're without 3 very important players on defense, one of which, and Jalen Johnson, was officially put on the injured reserve.
Yeah, and it's not great timing for it either, because we know how explosive Dallas is. To not be, to be down 2 corners and then TJ Edwards, knowing how well they've run the ball. I mean, Javonte Williams has had this career resurgence, and the way they've been, their run scheme and what they installed in Dallas this year with a new offensive coordinator, it's certainly a good spot for them to be in, not a great spot for the Bears to be in defensively, trying to figure this out when they're down bodies.
Karan Amagaji, Courtney, has not really been on the field much over the last couple of seasons, but just kind of a failed third-round project there. But with his absence today, you would expect Ozzie Trapillo to be active as opposed to last week, right?
Yeah, you would. Yeah, absolutely, Deion. You're right, because he wasn't active last week. He was a healthy scratch, and they need depth behind Darnell Wright at right tackle. It's just not a good spot for Karan to be in, though, because he got hurt in practice because he was a healthy scratch last week at the game. So whatever happened to that elbow is now going to cost him 4 games, and this is somebody who didn't have a spot. They were trying him at guard in practice after the failed experiment with him at tackle during camp. He just couldn't be there. He got hurt. He got even further down the depth chart. So for Ozzie Trapillo, you expect him to be active today. It's an opportunity to start, not saying he's going to earn any playing time here. Obviously, Darnell Wright is their right tackle. Has he had some untimely penalties? Yes, but he's a talented player. Ben Johnson called him a unicorn the other day because of all the things he can do. But I think for Trapillo to start working into the conversation with will be the extra that do against Minnesota, and certainly Theo got some reps there in the game again at left tackle in Detroit. I'd like to see, I think a lot of people would like to see Ozzie start his way into the mix there to feel like they're getting their second-round pick, some quality playing time wherever it comes, or at least being active would be a start.
Courtney, they did a little bit better job running the football last week against the Lions. Obviously, they had to go away from it because the score got out of hand, but Swift averaged over 5 yards per carry. He's dealing with a bit of a leg injury now. Would you expect this offense against the Cowboys would rather be more of a running back by committee this afternoon?
Yeah, I would imagine he's going to have to be on some sort of pitch count because it's a quad injury, and it's obviously, is it a quad strain or a quad contusion? I think both of those things could dictate what type of workload he has in a very different way. If it's a contusion, if it's a pain management thing, what can he handle when he's out there? Because he did run the ball better. I know that, 134 yards in a performance that looked like that certainly doesn't reflect how much better it looked and how much more efficient it was, but it was better. And if they can stick with it to give Caleb Williams some support up front where he's not, not everything's on his shoulders to get in this shootout that we expected to be first of 50 or whatever they were saying on Countdown earlier between Dak Prescott and Caleb Williams. Lean on Swift, but this could be a good opportunity for someone like Kyle Monangai because clearly in the running back pecking order, he's next. It's not Roschon Johnson. Roschon Johnson's role right now is on special teams. Ben Johnson said that himself. So I would imagine they'll go by committee here because Swift is dealing with injury. He was questionable going into the game, but he is expected to play today.
Courtney, we talked during the week, and I think we even touched on it with you on Thursday when we talked on the Waddle and Sylvie show about Brisker tweeting or at least retweeting a fan saying that they need to take the chains off and they need to use them differently. Then Brisker retweeted that, and then he also said, "Facts use me," and then he deleted both tweets. Rather than getting into that, because we've talked a lot about that, does at the very least, while it should have been kept internally, do they use him differently today? Or does he just need to be playing better in the role that they're lining him up in?
It's probably both, because when they're that injured in the secondary, keep an eye out for the way that Dennis Allen plays to protect his coverages, because that's what he alluded to doing this past week. And I know it's, your cornerback group and not your safety group is the one that's affected right now by injury. But I do think it will look different on the back end because of that. So a lot of quarters, you'll stay away from man and fire zone pressures the way that you have to when you're not at 100% back there. But for Brisker, you've got to play the role that's being asked of you. And I'm sure it's frustrating when he feels like he's not contributing in a way when he is playing, every snap of the game. Those two safeties are out there for every deep play on defense. The fact that they haven't been successful, the fact that they got that many points put up on them, that many explosive plays given up last week, I'm sure everyone felt like that. He just happened to wear his emotion on his Twitter sleeve and put it out there. And that's not a good look. But if they can, considering all that's going to be asked on the back end of that defense today, if they can't get pressure up front, now it's his opportunity to show that he can be used in a number of different ways to compensate for the loss of the cornerback group.
Courtney, we watched Grady Jarrett try to go through some drills on Thursday. He did not look to be moving very well, but was a full participant. How do you expect him to try to affect things up front? And would that open a door for Shamar Turner to finally have some activity here?
The thing with Grady is that's the same knee that he injured 2 years ago in Atlanta that he tore his ACL on. So I would imagine you're going to be concerned about it anytime he has anything to do, like any injury up there. So he played through it last week, was DNP early in the week at practice, and then ended up getting himself in a position that he could practice and then be able to be available for this game. They need depth, though, behind him because he's, on the other side of 30. He's already dealt with injury to this knee. One instance of injury going forward here, one more false move, and you could be down one of your top defensive tackles. So Shamar Turner, as much as he dealt with during the preseason, and I know coaches have said, he was banged up. Now it's time to go. If you're healthy, and he was a healthy scratch last week, and he's not been on the injury report, this would be a good opportunity considering how many guys they're down today. 4 that we know of right now, and some obvious other ones, but 4 players on the defensive side of the ball who are not going to be out there. It's a numbers game at this point. So to have more depth on the interior, to have more players to be able to rotate to create a pass rush up front, if your rookie can contribute anything there, that's a good sign that at least he's getting off on the right track here after 2 weeks where he didn't play.
Courtney, a little angrier tone from the coaches this week when they met the media. Do you think the message resonated with these guys, and we're going to have a conversation Monday after the game about how the intensity was jacked up significantly higher than it has been the first 2 weeks?
It's interesting, guys. I wonder if Ben Johnson, what he told us, and it made me think. I went back and I listened to all of the interviews we had done in the locker room with Caleb Williams and everything else. When Ben Johnson said to the media that he did not think they had championship caliber practice habits, the way that at least when players were asked about it, and Dion, I know you can attest to this, when players were asked about it in the locker room, it almost felt like that might have been the first time they had heard that, because the answers that I got back to it were, especially, Tremaine Edmonds said, well, if that's the narrative, if that's his perception of it, we have to go prove him wrong. It wasn't like anybody came out and said, yeah, like he came out and told us, he reamed us about it, we really got after it. They got after it in practice on Wednesday. But I do think that given how quickly he shut down a follow-up to that, when I asked Ben Johnson about it on Friday, it was like, yeah, we had a good week of practice. Next question, more or less. I think he opened the can of worms there. The players then responded to it. We won't be able to know if they have championship-caliber practice habits until we see what it looks like today. You can't say, yeah, we had a great week of practice, everything is fixed. You got to go out there in a humid day where there might be some weather a little bit later on, when you've got all of these things mounting up against you. An 0-3 start, not great if you have any hope of making the playoffs, even if it's an outside shot. How they respond today will be reflective of what they did in practice this week. But they certainly, that Wednesday 2 hour and 15-minute practice was an anomaly. You don't practice that much, usually on a Wednesday, in pads, when it's hot out, in the middle of the season. I feel like Ben was trying to send a statement to his players. We'll see how much the message was received and how much they can actually do with it.
Courtney, great work as always. We'll see you here at Soldier. Thank you.
Thanks, Courtney.
Thank you, guys. Take care.
There you go. There's Courtney Cronin, and I believe I just saw the food being delivered. Thank you to Let Us Entertain You Restaurants. Today is Bob City, a place that we've broadcast many times. It is outstanding. There's the Rosemont and downtown locations, and when it's game day, no one does it like Bob City. House-smoked barbecue, wings, whiskey, and stacked platters. I'm hoping for some brisket on the platter today. It's a brisket Sunday, Lotto.
It's always a brisket Sunday.
Dine in, carry out, or delivery. The ultimate game day starts with Bob City, located in River North and Rosemont. All right, this is the Advantage Dealer Group pregame show. Bears and Cowboys, we're approaching just about 90 minutes away from kickoff. We'll have the injury report in about 5 minutes. But I want to play you what Ben Johnson said. We've alluded to it a few times. It was a very busy week, and talking about the practice habits and their effort level and possibly changing at tackles. We will play a couple of things that make you go, This is the Advantage Dealer Group pregame show on the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
Hey guys, it's Mitch Lyons with Mitch Lyons Wealth. You hear Yurko, the good kid, talk about me all the time. And yes, I did play in the NFL. But to be honest, these days, I'm more into spreadsheets than playbooks, and I'm solely focused on making sure my clients win retirement. Look, retirement's not about gambling on stocks or chasing crypto tips from your brother-in-law. It's about smart planning, steady income, and ultimately enjoying every day like it's Saturday. So if you want less guessing and more confidence, visit MitchLyonsWealth.com.
Hey Bears fans, it's Sylvie. Steinhoffels is a proud partner of the Chicago Bears, and this season they're teaming up with Special Spaces Illinois to create dream bedrooms for kids battling cancer. Every time the Bears defense causes a false start at home, Steinhoffels donates $1,000 to Special Spaces Illinois. Steinhoffels, now with 7 locations, has Chicagoland's largest selection of furniture and mattresses, all styles, every budget, and they're 100% employee-owned. Shop in-store or online at steinhoffels.com.
You're about to head out and your phone starts blowing up. The temptation is real. What if it's your situationship texting back? Even if it is, what are you going to do? Respond now? It's getting thirsty. You turn on Do Not Disturb. Smart move. Your roster is a train wreck, but your driving doesn't have to be. Drop it and drive. Think you could put down the phone and pick up some points? Head to itsnotagameillinois.com to play the retro arcade.
At Coast Ivoni, we get you.
What do you mean, we get you?
You're a Chicagoan, right?
I am.
You know about all the things that make this city what it is, right?
Of course.
And when you meet a fellow Chicagoan, there's that connection.
It's a pride of being part of the greatest city.
Nobody's going to tell you you're the second city or the third coast.
All right, already. I get you.
No, it's we get you.
This is Courtney Cronin, and my friends Anthony Iavoni and Julio Costa are ready to fight for you, Chicago. 708-4 million.
Costa Ivoni, your trusted local personal injury lawyers. We get you.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie. Summer might be over and the kids are back to school. Doesn't mean the fun has to stop for the family. FenceWorks, a.k.a. the guy on 41, keeps your backyard and driving buzzing all year long. Stop by their Northbrook showroom for the latest in basketball hoops, trampolines, play sets, and fences. I bought my basketball hoop for the family from FenceWorks, and my kids love it. And the customer service, superb from purchase to install. I only recommend the best for my family and yours, and that's FenceWorks, a.k.a. the guy on 41. Visit theguyon41.com today.
Make your game day a winner with Aurelio's Pizza, Chicagoland's oldest pizza chain since 1959. This is Joe Aurelio inviting you to indulge in our crispy thin crust, signature sauce, 100% real mozzarella, and your favorite premium toppings like our fresh ground Italian sausage. Dine in, carry out, or have it delivered. Visit Aurelio'sPizza.com for the location nearest you. Download the Aurelio's app and start earning rewards today. Aurelio's Pizza. It's a sauce.
Dear Rocky Roads, the 2025 Toyota Tacoma doesn't flinch. Rugged twists? Been there. Rutted turns? Done that. With tons of top tech and rock-solid resilience, Tacoma is tougher than any terrain. And when the dust settles, Tacoma's legendary resale value means confidence for the road ahead. Find your Tacoma at Toyota.com or visit your local Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places.
At 19 weeks pregnant, I found out my blood was attacking my baby. I'm Ellen, and my team said her only chance at survival was a rare procedure.
Top ranked in Illinois for obstetrics and gynecology by U.S. News & World Report, the team at Northwestern Maternal Fetal Medicine Clinic treats high-risk pregnancies from across Chicagoland. They performed an unprecedented 5 in-utero blood transfusions to ensure Ellen and her baby had a compatible blood type.
Today, my baby is healthy and full of life.
Northwestern Medicine. Better.
Chicago's home for sports is the home of the Chicago Bears. ESPN Chicago.
Fantasy Football Sundays at 7 a.m. ESPN Chicago.
Keep the number handy, 312-332-3776. We'll take your phone calls coming up here, and who's going to rock, and man, take your pick. Who needs to rock? Yeah.
Everybody.
What was the famous quote that Bob Brenly used to say about one of the bad defensive players? That you could basically circle anyone else on the field and throw a dart, and you'll hit a better defensive player. Like right now, throw a dart, and wherever it lands, that person probably needs to rock.
You know what? And we all are expecting a shootout. Watch it be 10-6. I mean, that's just how the NFL goes. But neither defense. The Bears are giving up 40 points per game, and Cowboys are giving up 31 points per game. Both teams have some injuries, and you watch, it'll be a 10-9 game.
Well, like, that would not be happy for me. I would not be happy with that.
No,
like,
I want the offense to have a signature performance.
I don't want the defense to give up 50 again, but I would love to see the offense.
Yeah.
I think if you told us all that the offense could slug their way to a win, 34-31, even though the defense is still giving up a lot, we would be like, okay, here's something to build.
Well, you're getting into a track meet with Dak Prescott, CeeDee Lamb, George Pickens, Ferguson, Javonte Williams, who's run the ball well. If you go out and have an afternoon that's more impressive than theirs, then you've had it.
That's a significant moment.
Absolutely.
Yes,
that's why I said to start, this is a great opportunity for them to have a signature game for this offense with Ben Johnson in charge.
It'd be nice for them to circle a moment that feels like, okay, we're coming
Turning
along.
point.
And this is what, game 20 for Caleb Williams? Would really love for him to come out with that kind of confidence and decisiveness that he starts the game. Can we please continue that through the whole game? Don't come out after halftime and fall flat
Maybe
again.
script
let's
the
do
entire
something
4 quarters.
That's right.
Who says no?
It's
right?
one big scripted game today. I want to play you Ben Johnson. This has been the talk of the week. Dion, you were there this week. And I want to play you this. This caught all of our ears as he was talking about the Bears' effort level, and then he would expand with a couple of follow-ups. Take a listen from the sound from Hallis Hall.
There were things all over the tape on all 3 phases that we're looking to clean up, and I thought as a whole that team, they played a little bit harder than us. And that's a reflection of me as a coach. That's a reflection of our coaching staff, and it's a reflection of our players too. When you play a good team like that on the road, that you gotta be all out and every single snap, and that just was not the case. So specifically, it was everybody.
Are there guys that need to practice better too?
I think our practice habits are yet to reflect a championship caliber team.
Ben, you said your practice habits aren't yet at a championship caliber. So what specifically are you looking for on the practice field this week?
We should be going to the football, finishing hard. We talk about it all the time with the offensive players that our fundamentals, our finish, and our technique, they need to show up and walk through. They need to show up on the practice field. That's how it shows up on game day. Simple things of how do we properly block, how do we catch the ball, how do we block after the catch, ball security, and things like that. It's the little things that you learn in youth league football that even at this level, they make a huge difference.
Dion, you mentioned the Little League stuff that you just heard there, too. And when Joniak joined us from Hallis Hall, he said that quote, the money quote about our practice habits don't reflect something of a championship caliber team, not even a championship team, just championship caliber team, that it sort of just hung in the air.
It did. There was like silence afterwards. It's so funny if you really listen to the sound, but you can hear everybody tip, tap, tip, tap, tap. Everybody's typing as fast as they can because they know that was notable. But I agree with what Courtney said. Inside that locker room, their reactions were almost like, okay, when coach questions your habits, it's like that pause, like, wait, what did you say? So that you did definitely wonder if that was the first time they had heard that. I'm sure they got the message eventually. We'll see how they respond to him for a first-time head coach to be able to say that. But he's right about what he's seeing, and for him to say the things that is missing in practice is missing on game day, like that's where they need to respond. That's where it needs to translate today.
I want to give you the injury report too, because there's a surprise here. Something that we did not think that this was going to happen today. It's brought to you by Marisi Longo and Associates. Kyler Gordon, as we know, is out. Case Keenum is the emergency quarterback. Jalen Jones is out. We knew that. DeMarco Jackson, TJ Edwards, we knew that. And Ozzie Trapillo again is another healthy scratch. I think
another healthy scratch.
That's very, and we were just talking about,
I'm not surprised. It shouldn't be that way, but Karana Magraji was a healthy scratch last week also. So, like him not being there doesn't mean
it's not replacing anybody, is what you're saying.
Yeah. So,
but it's something
just where they need depth.
So
that's why it's so interesting to me.
Is Shamar Turner it will be in uniform?
Yes,
today.
those are all it. So I want to play you this then, and Eric, if we can play the one where he does talk about Trapillo. This is Ben Johnson, and he does hint that they do want to play him. And then the question is, when he does play, because he says we expect him to play soon. And I don't think he mentions being active. He said play. Like, where does that playing time happen? But yet he's still in healthy scratch. This is what Ben Johnson said about Ozzie Trapillo this week.
All right, so with Ozzie, it's with all these rookies. We're developing trust. And so what do we do with Ozzie? We start him on the left side. We made the decision that wasn't the best spot for him. And so we moved him back over on the right side. He's getting better every day. Just made a comment to the O-line coaches this morning about how much improved he looks in individual and, some of the run stuff that we're doing on Wednesdays and pads, and he's really showing up. So he's coming along, and, there'll be a point this season where he's playing for us. Is that this week or is that a few weeks down the road? I don't know. But he's preparing as if he's ready to go. So we'll see there.
There's a point in the season where he's going to be playing for us.
Definitely not today.
No.
And he did say whether that's this week or in the future, but that sort of hung with me too. Like, well, when he does play, he's a right tackle.
He's going to play right tackle.
Well, Darnell Wright's there.
Well, then he's going to replace Darnell Wright. How else do you explain it? I mean, if you're going to play him,
you're right. They tried.
You're not going to take
Ozzie
Trapillo, who's been practicing as a right tackle, and then throw him in at left tackle.
No, I know
that. They tried that.
So if he's playing right tackle. I don't even think that's a mystery.
If you're replacing Darnell Wright in the middle of his third season, and this is a long way, who knows, because he's still inactive, are you really making progress?
I don't know.
That is a larger question.
Right.
That may be addressed, well after today's game. But when Ozzie does eventually play, if he does, he's going to play right tackle.
Yeah. All right,
it was interesting. I will say it was interesting the way that Ben Johnson described Darnell Wright when he was asked about him. I believe it was Ben. I'm not sure if it was Ben or Declan. Somebody talked about the fact that he's doing really well in the classroom, like that sorts of thing. But he's still, those mistakes on the field have to be cleaned up.
Just like Braxton Jones. I want to play the Braxton Jones sound when we come back, and then let's line up your calls right now. Bears fans, it's always about you. Who needs to rock? Who are you putting on the spot most? Now's the time to put them on blast. 312-332-3776. Before we take that time out and take your calls, let's pause 10 seconds for all of our stations to identify themselves. This is the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
This is the home of the Bears. ESPN Chicago. WMVP, WTBC HD2, Chicago.
This is the Advantage Dealer Group pregame show. It's Bears and Cowboys. We're an hour and 25 minutes away from kickoff. Who needs to rock? Coming up next on the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
Hi, it's Peggy Kaczynski. You've heard me talk about how the village of Bolingbrook continues to rank as one of the most livable communities in Illinois. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. With excellent schools, beautiful parks, and a wide range of shopping and dining options, I invite you to come and experience the warmth and friendliness of Bolingbrook for yourself.
If you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your family, visit BeBolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
Want to live life at max volume? Then look no further than Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana. With over 1,700 slots, 80 table games, live entertainment, and 5 restaurants which span a wide range of culinary genres, we are sure to have something for everyone. Whether you want to indulge in a savory dish at Council Oaks Steaks and Seafood or take in dinner and live music at the world-renowned Hard Rock Cafe, amplify your entertainment experience at Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana, just off Exit 6, I-8094. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Acura is a leader in reliability and style. Drive home in your new Acura from Advantage Acura of Naperville. With more selection to choose from and more savings, they're committed to providing a smooth and easy car buying process. Advantage Acura values your time. They'll have you in your new Acura in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right, drive off in your new Acura in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageAcura.com or see them in Naperville.
Most stringent offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
Wallner Law helped me get the compensation that I deserve.
Wallner Law helped me get back on my feet.
Thanks to Wallner Law, I'm at a better place today.
Wallner Law cares for you. We're compassionate. We're empathetic to your situation. And I promise you, I will get you more money than any other law firm in the city of Chicago. That is my promise to you. Hire us, win with us, be successful with us. Call us at Wallner Law, 312-8-million.
It's another exciting game day for Bears fans, and on game days, it's all about more. More action, more noise, and more savings. That's right, Bears fans save up to 25 cents per gallon on game days with a fuel rewards program from Shell. That means you can keep your tailgates going all season long. So don't drop the ball on saving more at the pump. Download the app, join the fuel rewards program, and take your savings all the way to the end zone. Terms and conditions apply. Visit www.fuelrewards.com/bears for full offer details.
At UI Health, compassion isn't just care, it's commitment. UI Health's team of experts listens to your story, understands your experience, and embraces your voice. That's because UI Health is with you every step of the way. Whether it's your stroke emergency, your cancer journey, or your transplant victory, UI Health's care heals and saves. UI Health, expert care for your journey. Learn more at uihealth.care.
Football is back, and so is the perfect beer for your game day lineup, Yuengling Flight.
It's the next generation of light beer, crisp, clean, and just 95 calories. That's a win before kickoff.
You bring the wings and the jerseys, and we'll bring the flight, whether you're tailgating or posting up with friends.
Flight brings the flavor and keeps the energy up all season long.
Flight by Yuengling, the next generation of light beer.
DG Yuengling & Son, Pottsville, Pennsylvania.
Mark your calendar, Chicago. The President's Cup is coming to Medina Country Club, September 22nd through 27th, 2026. Join us for the premier global golf event featuring the top U.S. and international PGA Tour players competing for their country. It's all happening right here in our backyard, and you're not going to want to miss this. Tickets are on sale now at presidentscup.com.
This is the home for every Bears game.
Touchdown! Touchdown Bears!
ESPN Chicago.
Get the Chicago Bears podcast on the ESPN Chicago app.
All right, we're just about an hour and 20 minutes away from kick. 3:25 kick. Bears and Cowboys. Fans starting to pour in now to Soldier Field. Starting to pick up. Very busy traffic day on this Sunday, later game in the city of Chicago. So when you come on in, head inside Gate O. We're at the Dr. Pepper patio and say hello. That Dr. Pepper hotline is open at 312-332-3776. Before we get to Who Needs to Rock, I want to play you one more Ben Johnson. This was an interesting bite, too, this week. As Ben tells you stuff, and this one was about Braxton in like the roundabout way where he compliments him. But then he also says this is where he's not good. This is Ben Johnson on Braxton Jones.
Braxton he's doing a good job in terms of knowing the game plan. I think he started the first half of each game really strongly, and we probably haven't had the second half finish that we wanted.
Enough said there.
I concur
the way he paused.
Yeah, I concur with both. He's a smart player. He's not a mauler. He's a guy that's more of a tactician, and he at times gets dumped in the lap of his quarterback because he's not real strong, in his base. And in the second half, when it became, it became an avalanche, I thought both tackles really struggled. First half, I thought both tackles against the Lions played pretty damn well, but second half was just a disaster. Can I also real quick say something too from the sound from Ben? Anytime a coach mentions the word effort, my ears go up. Because, like I said, it's the only thing you can really control. Mm-hmm. There are so many other things you can't control. The one thing you really can't control is your effort. And if you're not meeting expectations with your effort, it's inexcusable. It really is.
Well, like if the Bears right now, after the first two games, were a team that was giving it their all, they were just short on talent, we'd be like, okay, there's a way to go here. They got talent on the team.
They do.
There's some talented players here, and it just isn't. It's still not. No, it could click. Maybe today's the day, but it hasn't clicked yet.
Well, and the effort thing. I'm only bringing it up because the coach brought it up.
Of course,
It's not me saying like, hey, I'm questioning their effort with the coaching staff having not already done it. But once a coach identifies effort as an issue that has to be addressed, like you better nip it in the bud. Otherwise, it will linger. And again, I hate to be repetitive, but this is a group last year that wanted to be coached harder and held accountable. If your coach is out telling you that the effort isn't there and you don't hold the guilty parties accountable, what are we doing? We're just repeating what we had last year.
This is what you said we were talking about earlier. Like those words that he says, while they echo loudly to us in the media, if he's not addressing his team directly with those same words and following it with action, like it's going to fall flat.
Yep.
And that is, I think that what you're just saying though about effort, like that is what they can control, and it is noticeable to them on the tape, and it's noticeable when you continue to lose. I mean, this is a team that we just mentioned hasn't won a home game in almost a year. They have one win in 350 days, like almost a calendar year. They don't have any space to not give all the effort. Why would that not be there? That's where I'm confused. Like, what would be lacking that would not make them want to give their all?
Hold your thought, because we got to get to these calls. Who's Gonna Rock is brought to you by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. See Def Leppard on October 11th. Def Leppard, guys, at Hard Rock Live. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Mark from Bloomington. Who needs to rock today, Mark?
Wilmington. Mark from Wilmington.
Okay, I'm sorry, Mark. Go ahead. Who needs to rock?
No problem, sir. That's actually my favorite group, Def Leppard. But I think this is the most important call, most important thing that they have to do this season. They got to get a second coach up there that knows his stuff, knows the rules. They need like a second coach who knows he could actually be a head coach up there in the booth. I mean, they need some type of
all right, Mark.
brain.
Yeah, that's not the way we start. I don't know what he's getting at.
I don't know either. I lost right there.
Is he talking about an eye in the sky?
What's he saying? Who he wanted to rock was Def Leppard? Is that what he said?
I lost all of that.
Yeah,
not sure.
We started slow there, and
that's okay.
Four quarters.
It's not how you start. It's how you finish.
Clinton Des Moines, can you help us?
Hey guys, there's one easy answer for this, and it's Dennis Allen. We need to show why he was brought to Chicago. And it's got to be Dennis Allen. This defense has to click, slow Dak down. This is the game right here, boys.
All right. That's a better call. And here's my question, though, for you guys. Okay, if it's up to Dennis Allen, who's going to rush the passer? Because we haven't – the front four have not – We need more from Jervon Dexter. We need more from Montes Sweat. Dio still has to live up to the contract. Good first game, not so much last game.
Disappeared.
Everybody, and then in the back end, they're completely a shell of themselves.
Yeah.
And one of their leaders in the middle part of the field is hurt with Edwards having the injury. So how does he make them better if they're ravaged with injuries and they don't rush the passer?
This is a massive challenge for their depth, especially up front.
Well, things aren't going well in Minnesota for the Bengals. Maybe Trey Hendrickson could get here sometime later this afternoon and pick up the pace in the
Just
second.
stop by on your way home.
Yeah, I'm not going to let it go ever this year. You know I won't. I'm like a dog on a bone. I'm not going to let it go.
Don't.
I'm not going to let. Listen, I don't. Okay, I'll give you a suggestion. How about playing the two big guys together? How about collapsing the pocket? You got a center who is a backup center. Grady Jarrett, I thought, was probably the most effective pass rusher last week. He's 32 on a bad wheel, and he's the only one that got close to Jared Goff. How about you put Billings next to him? And you got a couple of bowling balls rolling downhill trying to collapse the pocket. So now I got to use at least three guys, if not three guys and a running back to try to secure the interior of the pocket, and that'll leave your edge guys in one-on-one protection. How about asking one of them to beat a one-on-one block?
I'll take any idea.
I think sending a blitzer at this point, they may do it, but then you are guaranteed to have to play man coverage behind it.
And Dak knows how to pick that apart.
Well, I mean, yeah, who's going to cover CeeDee Lamb and who's going to cover George Pickens in man coverage, and who's got Jake Ferguson? So
this is a valid question.
Tough chores.
Yes, incredibly tough.
Here's a good one from Brandon, because it's something you guys hit on. One of you guys had this for Who's Gonna Rock last week, and they completely failed on us. Brandon in Naperville, who needs to rock?
The offensive line needs to rock. I mean, everybody talks about how much money has been invested in the offensive line and everything else. All I see is pockets collapsing around Caleb. The other thing is, the first drive of every single game has been great. They've gone down the field. They've scored. Is it because of the scripting? Does it make it a little bit simpler? Do they need to back off on the offense a little bit more? I'm not so sure.
Brandon, I would rather them script well, Ben Johnson living up to what he's supposed to be, and then learning from there. You could skin the cat any which way. Like if you scored the rest of the half, I'd be thrilled with that too. But I think it's a starting point that we've got a coach who knows how to get his team prepared out of the gate. Now the players have to pick it up. To part about the offensive line, and I think it was you, Waddle, who mentioned it last week, that they all need the pre-snap penalties, the shooting yourself in the foot. We demanded that last week, and then they all took turns except for Tooney. There were 4 guys who committed penalties in the first half of football last week, and it's
mistakes,
and it doesn't make it easier for anybody.
The truth is they got rid of the pre-snap penalties. They just decided to go in another route, and it was more the 10 and 15-yard variety that they decided. 20 penalties for 177 yards in 2 games. Again, I mentioned it earlier. The sad reality is at this point, they're not talented enough or playing well enough to overcome all of their self-inflicted mistakes. So you got to play cleaner. There's no question about it. And I thought their offensive line, to be honest with you, in the first half against the Lions, did a pretty darn good job. It got sideways in the second half. I thought from guard to guard they were much more secure. I thought that they did a much better job out on the flank in the first 30 minutes. It looked like an entirely different team in the second half.
Very much so. And I don't understand the lack of energy, I guess, coming out of the half. Right, when you're supposed to be making adjustments and then you shoot yourself in the foot and you're playing from behind and you're chasing. Like they make it harder on themselves.
Two games in a row while they've started well to start the game. Their first possession in the third quarter has not been good.
And think about this as well, to go back to how they kind of created some momentum. They took the opening drive the length of the field for a touchdown. If you go through the course of their drives, the other drives in the first half, they were taking the ball down the field, and DeAndre Swift fumbled at the Lions' 30, self-inflicted mistake.
Yes.
They had 3rd and 1 in their own territory and couldn't move the Lions' front. Try to sneak the second time. You gave the ball back to the Lions in your territory. Then you went on a drive towards the end of the first half. Took it the length of the field, scored a touchdown again. Your defense bent.
Mm-hmm.
Not only did they bend, they broke. And the line. So, like, the offense in the first half, I can point to different areas where they performed better, and they did create some momentum. They just got to clean up, as you said, Sylvie, some of these self-inflicted mistakes with the penalties, and you can't have turnovers. They may have had a 21-point first half last week without those things.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's continue this conversation about, because there are more people, and we've got some more room to roam because of the later kickoff at 3:25. We'll also get you updated on some of the scores from around the NFL, a couple of interesting games, especially in the division. 312-332-3776 if you want to continue with Who's Going to Rock, and keep that number handy. I take your calls at halftime. This is the Advantage Dealer Group pregame show, Bears and Cowboys on the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
With America's best lineup of hybrids from Hyundai, you get the best of both worlds, like the reliable and efficient Tucson Hybrid, backed by America's best warranty. The Hyundai Tucson Hybrid. It's the best of both worlds.
Lease a Hyundai Tucson for $239 a month or get 1.99% APR on the Tucson or Tucson Hybrid. Offers end September 30th. Call 224-661-0068 for details.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry. Promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training, Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They are at the forefront of design and installation of environmental-friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie. Summer might be over and the kids are back to school. Doesn't mean the fun has to stop for the family. FenceWorks, a.k.a. the guy on 41, keeps your backyard and driving buzzing all year long. Stop by their Northbrook showroom for the latest in basketball hoops, trampolines, play sets, and fences. I bought my basketball hoop for the family from FenceWorks, and my kids love it. And the customer service, superb from purchase to install. I only recommend the best for my family and yours, and that's FenceWorks, a.k.a. the guy on 41. Visit theguyon41.com today.
Hey, I'm ordering dinner. I was thinking burgers.
Boom! I just earned a $650 bonus for opening up a checking account at Old National Bank. Sorry, what'd you say? Burgers?
No, I definitely said 40-ounce dry-aged tomahawk steaks. Yep, with those little sauteed mushrooms.
Earn up to a $650 bonus when you open an eligible checking account and complete qualifying activities. Visit oldnational.com/checking and get old. Member FDIC. Additional restrictions apply. Offer valid through October 31st, 2025.
Hi, this is Dave Musial, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. Do you have a plumbing emergency? Call Four Seasons. An electrical emergency? Call Four Seasons. A heating or cooling emergency? Call Four Seasons. Same-day hot water tank installation needed? Call Four Seasons. Need a whole home generator? Call Four Seasons. We guarantee same-day installation on all heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. And no extra charge for nights, weekends, or holidays.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
$2.6 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $2.6 million for a client who was injured in a bus accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group. Playing professional football and being on the radio for many years, I've had the opportunity to endorse many products and companies. I've always felt it's important to choose companies that I believe in. I've never had the opportunity to endorse a company owned by close friends until now. The Verdoliak Law Group has been helping people for 60 years. They've even taken care of some of my neighbors and close friends. When you need medical care, you want a doctor with the experience and the skill set that's going to help you. The same holds true when you need a lawyer. The Verdoliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for their clients through legal representation and consulting. They have over 60 years of experience and skill serving over 40,000 clients. For personal injury, auto accidents, truck accidents, wrongful death, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and all your legal needs, call my friends at the Verdoliak Law Group. The Verdoliak Law Group has done great for my friends and neighbors, and they will do great for you, too. Call them today, 844-4VLG-LAW.
You finished your protein shake and you're headed home after leg day at the gym. You pull up to a stop sign. You glance left, glance right, all clear. Or is it? Do you turn left onto the road or look twice just in case? Good thing you looked again and spotted that motorcycle. Start seeing motorcycles. Think you can spot them all? Head to itsnotagameillinois.com and play the Retro Arcade.
Hey, do you know what time it is? It's Aurelio's Pizza time. Visit Aurelio'sPizza.com for the location nearest you. Aurelio's Pizza. It's a sauce.
Sylvie takes your calls at the half on ESPN Chicago.
That's right. Keep that number handy, 312-332-3776. We're at Soldier Field. It's a beautiful, warm day here. We could expect some rain later in the day. It was one of those days in the Chicago area yesterday where, it was sunny, then it started raining in mid-afternoon, then it cleared up for a little bit, then it rained again. So we will see, but we will take the temperatures for sure here towards the end of September. Before we get more of the phone calls in, a couple of scores. Packers have extended their lead on the Browns. Very low-scoring game, 10-0 Packers. In this game. Jordan Love is 17 of 21 for 166 yards and a touchdown.
Been sacked 5 times by the Browns.
Wow.
That doesn't happen to Jordan Love very often.
And then we've been told by a couple of different people that the game has gotten so out of hand that the Vikings are crushing the Bengals 41-3 that CBS has left that game. Like they went to another game. And I'm not sure if that was the national game and they've gone to other games, but that game, and Kevin O'Connell again just flexes his muscle. Okay, I've got to start Carson Wentz. We're coming off of a dud after beating the Bears in Week 1. We're gonna take it out on the Bengals, who are without Joe Burrow at 41-3.
Yeah, and look at Carson Wentz, just 146 passing yards today, but 1 touchdown, no interceptions. They're running the football. They run for better than 100 yards, and Brian Flores' defense has gotten the best of that Bengals team.
He is living a dream as a lifelong Vikings fan to finally get to play for that team. So he is emotionally charged as well, I would imagine.
Yeah. The Colts have been the upstart underdog team that is gaining momentum with Danny Dimes as their quarterback. Entering the fourth quarter, they lead the Titans 34-13. So the Steelers and Patriots are tied at 14. The Rams are beating the Eagles 26-21. That game is entering the fourth quarter right now. It's turning into a really good rivalry as those teams played in the playoffs last year. The Bucs continue to just, win football games behind Baker Mayfield. They're leading the Jets entering the fourth quarter 23-6. The Commanders without Jaden Daniels, no problem there, 34-10 over the Raiders. That game's still late in the third quarter. And the Panthers, who were very good at home late last year, are shutting out the Falcons 20-0.
This is the Carolina Panthers home opener.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And then another disappointing team. I looked at Dion. There's one more score here, and the Texans just don't score these days. And it's early in the fourth quarter. The Jags lead the Texans this game in Jacksonville 10-3. Or is this over? Where is this game?
That game is in Jacksonville.
In Jacksonville, 10-3.
The Texans have one of probably the top 3 or 4 defenses in the league, too. Their offense just can't get anything going.
No, not at all.
A little uncharacteristic to start the season.
Yeah.
Let's take another call here on the pregame show with Who Needs to Rock, Chris in Jefferson Park. Who do you got, Chris?
Hey, thank you for taking my call. One player I'm going to call out today, and he needs to have a great game, is Montes Sweat. You got $68 million guaranteed. And I'm not saying you ain't earned it. But you know what? You got to still play at the second level and get a tackle and get a couple of sacks. Here, 2 tackles for a loss in your stats for this season, 6 tackles combined. I mean, for $68 million? Come on, you're playing like a second-rate player. And the Bears want to send a message to somebody? You know what? Start by cutting Cairo Santos and go find a guy off the street. That'll free up some money and guaranteed that, you know what, every player is going to step up, because I haven't seen him step up either.
The Montes Sweat conversation it's a good conversation. Like, as they say, too much is given, much is expected. They gave up a second-round pick and gave him $100 million. They need him to play like their most expensive player.
Yes.
That's what they need.
And he had a sack last week. There were offsetting penalties, but even with that sack, he needs to impact the game more.
Yes, I want to hear his name more. I want him to be more involved, especially up front. When you're facing Dak Prescott, make him uncomfortable. Like, find some ways to do that.
Well, and one of the telling issues is he's not being doubled either at a high rate. I mean, very infrequently is he being doubled. So he's finding himself in one-on-one situations with the opposing tackles. You have to have greater success rate getting to the opposing quarterbacks.
They haven't given him their reason to double team him at this point.
You're 100% correct.
Anybody else you guys have to add? I mean, the obvious one again, that it's so blatantly obviously, Caleb's got to take another step
Absolutely.
forward. And they have to do stuff for the majority of the game where they don't take lulls offensively, and he doesn't make that one throw. He played much better last week. There's still that, as he likes to say, I got to remember that's a moment where I can't try to be like Superman.
Yeah. Right.
And that's where that interception came in, and he's got to be better than that. But if he can take this step forward, I think there will be some momentum for the Bears to build on.
If the offensive line can clean up some of their mistakes and stay on task, that would be a very big thing too. I literally threw all 53 names in a hat and pulled one out. I would think Colston Loveland would be one. Yes. I'd like to see him more involved today. I know Thayer talked about it a little bit, but I think Ben Johnson wants to get him more involved. You drafted him 10th overall. He has, 2 or 3 targets?
3 targets.
3 targets. He needs to be more. That needs to be a weapon they utilize.
He and Cole have been targeted 9 times total, and they have combined, I want to say, 5 catches, 72 yards. Colston Loveland is the guy I would say as well, and I've said his name before. The middle of the field has been a problem for the Dallas Cowboys. I gave you the stat earlier that last week Russell Wilson was 15 of 18 attacking that defense between the numbers. Colston Loveland shouldn't have to stay in and help with pass protection. The Cowboys don't rush the passer the way that the Vikings do, or even the way that the Lions did.
Right.
So I would expect to see him. And Ben talked about it was his fault that the tight ends haven't been more involved. So I would expect that this is the game where they finally get the tight ends more involved.
He said that's
now
on me.
I mean it.
He says I'm working on it, I think is what he said. I want to play some Caleb Williams here. Eric, if we could play Williams 3. This was him at the podium. I thought it was very good. Joniak and I talked about that with Waddle on Wednesday, where he seemed to be in a very good mood. I saw him in open locker room, joking around with a lot of teammates. This is Caleb talking about the improvement that he has made in the first couple of weeks of the season.
Just constant growth in every form and facet. It's getting the guys out the huddle. If we're on the road and it's third down, it's loud, been able to get the call, get out the huddle, get up to the line, make any checks, allow anybody else to kind of see or make checks or feel pressure or anything like that. And then other than that, just being able to get comfortable with my footwork. I think that's been kind of my focus from week 1 to week 2, and I think why some of those passes from week 1 to week 2 kind of looked a little different. My footwork, that was a big focus for me this past week, is being able to focus on that and kind of just stay in rhythm with myself in the play, and then from there, I think I have all the talent in the world to be able to deliver a good ball to my guys and let them go and make plays for us as an offense. So I think just to keep that going. Keep focusing on my footwork. Obviously, you got to get everything down as a QB, all the plays, all the situations, things like that. So, just consistently growing.
Guys, while he hasn't completely arrived where we know that he is going to be a great quarterback, when you hear an answer like that and you see the game too, do you think he's starting to get some of this at least, and he knows what he needs to focus on and improve on?
I think so. I think this is probably the hardest coaching he's ever received. I mean, for the time he picked up a football, wasn't he like a man among boys on every level? And I don't know how much of this intense kind of coaching and teaching he's had to have. So it naturally is going to take some time. We just want it to happen much more quickly, want it to seem like it's seamless. As Declan Doyle talked about this week, they want to get him to the point where it's like breathing when he's out there, and he's not stopping, he's not taking so long. That's why he's anxious behind center. He needs to slow it all down for him, and so that's just going to take a long time to get there, Tom. I don't know how you feel about that.
We'll add to it. I'll let Waddle get in coming up next, but Joniak's Journal is coming up. We're going to crosstalk with J-Mac, see if he ran into Matt Eberflus. We got to remember, ask Thayer if he ran into Matt Eberflus. Correct. So we will crosstalk with the booth. We're under an hour away from kickoff. It's Bears and Cowboys. We're at Soldier Field. It's the Advantage Dealer Group pregame show on the Chicago Bears radio network. Hey guys, it's Sylvie. We're up and running. Week 3 in the NFL, and we have the spotlight in the late afternoon game. I'm making all my plays this week on Circa Sports Illinois. It's the world's largest sports book, and it's right on your phone. High limits, low holds, amazing customer service, and not a single bet fee ever. The word of the day for this week is the over. The over in the game, the over on Prescott, the over on Caleb Williams. Make all your picks at circasports.com. Got to be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Injured in a car accident? Don't fumble the ball. Call Postman Law. They fight for everyday people who don't have deep pockets like big insurance companies. Postman Law knows their playbook, and they use it to get you results fast. And with over $3 billion won for their clients, Postman Law delivers. From auto accidents to workplace injuries, when you need a win, call 844-POSTMAN or visit postmanlaw.com for your free consultation. Others promise, Postman delivers. This is attorney advertising.
In football, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. At Great Clips, they save your haircut details in clip notes, so every member of the highly skilled team knows exactly how to create your signature look. And with our easy-to-use app, you can check in from anywhere and get a ready next text when you're up next for a cut. It's the confidence of a great haircut, delivered by a team you trust. Download our app today. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Miller Lite, the legendary light beer. The originator, the inventor. If this beer could talk, it'd tell stories about that one time, that night, that one guy, that one gal. Writing a story 50 years long and 50 million friends wide. Because legendary stories start with a light. Here's to 50 years of Miller Time. Celebrate responsibly. 2025 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
Illinois State University and Chicago's favorite football team have a lot in common. A long tradition. Illinois State is the oldest public university in Illinois. A history of success. Redbird graduates earn $15,000 more than the national average. And highly regarded recruits. Our newest freshman class is our largest ever. There's never been a better time to tune in on Sundays, and there's never been a better time to be a Redbird. Get started on a Hall of Fame career today. Learn more and apply for admission at illinoisstate.edu/admissions.
Hey Bears fans, it's Sylvie. Steinhoffel's a proud partner of the Chicago Bears. Just opened their newest furniture and mattress superstore in Maryville Plaza in Maryville, Indiana. That makes 7 Chicagoland locations with the best selection, unbeatable value, and styles for every space and budget. Plus, they're 100% employee owned. That's a local pride you can feel good about. Shop in-store or online anytime at steinhoffels.com.
Pull up to Potawatomi Casino Hotel Milwaukee and shoot your shot at big wins for Sweet Ticket September. Play with your rewards card for entries. Score triple on Drawing Thursday. Win slam dunk prizes like cash, reward plate, and tickets to see the Milwaukee Bucks in action. Sweet Ticket September. You ready for this? Only at Potawatomi. More info online. Must be 21 and a rewards member to play.
The Chicago Bears podcast. If you aren't listening, you're not getting the whole story. See it or hear it now on the ESPN Chicago app or wherever you like to pod. Jodiak and Thayer with Jason McKee. Bears football, ESPN Chicago.
That's right. Let's go up to the booth right now on so far what has been just a spectacular day for football. Let's talk to the best booth in the business. Jeff Joniak, Tom Thayer, Jason McKee. It's time for Joniak's Journal, presented by Steinhoffel's, Chicagoland furniture and mattress leader, now open in Maryville. 7 Chicagoland locations. Shop in-store and online at steinhoffels.com. And Jeff, I may have you know that I just met the vice president of sales for the entire Steinhoffels Corporation, literally 2 minutes before you came on. And I told him Joniak wants to get something from Steinhoffels. He goes, look, our store works the same as is for everybody else, 7 locations around Chicagoland. So he welcomes you into one of their stores, Jeff.
That's as far as it got. You couldn't swing a deal.
Nope.
You couldn't swing a deal. I'll tell you, you mentioned the weather. Tomorrow's the first day of autumn, if I'm not mistaken. Tom's into that stuff. He knows all the lunar eclipses and the lunar... Do we got a waxing gibbous or anything like that coming up? What do we got, Tom? You're big on that. But it feels like midsummer training camp here. It's beautiful out, a little warm, a little muggy, but let's get to it. First impression, defense got to improve dramatically on first down. They've given up the most yards in the NFL on first down. The highest average on first down, 9.31 yards. I know it's a small sample size, 2 games, but you're talking about a perfect quarterback rating against and giving up 5 yards a carry, 5.2 a carry on first down. So that's number one. Second thought, you're going to hear from the head coach, Ben Johnson. You got to get 2 people on this man, Kenny Clark. Kenny Clark is still a demanding player. He better have a pretty fair high number of double teams on him. He's in his 10th year. Doesn't turn 30 until next month. But I mentioned this before. It's unbelievable. But he's the only game he's lost against the Bears in 17 tries was January when the Bears beat the Packers. So he's had success. Third degree, 44 formations in 2 games with 2 tight ends so far. Second most in the league. Let's leverage that into production today. We think this is a good place to exploit the Dallas Cowboys. They're down in the secondary as well, and there's exploitable talent in the back 7 that can lead to big plays for the Bears. Fourth and short, Ben's bag of fun. Will he have some today? Will he have the opportunity today? Because he had 4 of those variety plays when they beat the Cowboys last year in Detroit. 52-yard reverse flea flicker to Laporta. Speaking of tight ends, there was the hook and ladder to Penei Sewell that was called back by penalty. He had a pass to Taylor Decker, and Dan Skipper was running routes. So, I don't know. Maybe something like that happens. First, let's do it the old-fashioned way and pile up some big 20-plus yard plays and move the football. That's Joniak's Journal, baby. I'm ready to go. I'm excited. Let's have a fireworks show. I want to see something big today. That's what I want to see.
How long have you crafted the Ben's big bag of fun?
It was last night about 9:30.
Love it.
Last night, 9:30.
What else is in there? We need to market that. That's pretty great.
Yeah, let's so. Hey, listen, if he does something like today, you damn sure bet I'm going to be saying Ben's bag of fun.
Hey, J-Mac, you heard Jeff mention Kenny Clark. Where do you expect him to line up, and how do you expect the Bears specifically to go about trying to neutralize him?
I expect him to line up all over the interior of the defensive line. Obviously he's a mismatch, and I think Coach Eberflus will do a great job of trying to create a one-on-one situation for him. So for the Bears offensively, especially in terms of pass protection, what do? Do you half slide, half man protection? Do you full slide? And when you half slide, do you make sure that, hey, Dahlman has Jonah Jackson or Joe Tooney there to help him with Kenny Clark? So it's going to be a battle. It's going to be a chess match on the interior of this game, and I look forward to seeing how it's going to play out.
J-Mac, this is a question for you and for Tom Thayer. When the head coach is questioning effort and practice habits, how does that sort of thing fall on the locker room?
It should just be. You're going to practice how you play, and we've heard it's cliche, but it's very true. You practice how you play. So if you're out there at practice and you've got pre-snap penalties, right? We've seen that plague the Bears' offense throughout the first 2 weeks. 12 offensive penalties, leads the league. It's tied with the New England Patriots. And if you're doing that in practice, guess what? It's going to triculate over into the game, and that's what we've seen. So you practice how you play. So if you're going out there and just taking it as, it's just another Wednesday practice. It's just another Thursday practice. Well, guess what? It's not. It's going to be another game like we saw last week against the Detroit Lions. So you have to practice with intent and purpose, and you'll play that way on Sunday.
Whenever I get challenged like that from a podium, it's threatening my livelihood. And if I had any type of pride in myself and my position and my team, and a coach kind of pointed in my direction, or, he doesn't even have to point in your direction. You can think it's pointing in your direction, even if he's not even talking about you. So I think it's a threat to everybody. There's not only one guy that you could take out of this lineup, and then we're going to see a version of the Bears that, from their past. And that's the thing about this. If, you're not having a closed-door meeting, but everybody better be in there saying, look, we need to see the physical brand of football that we should be used to. You got the players on this football team. Ryan Poles went out and spent a lot of money on this group of guys. So you better come out here and start playing for what you're paid for. And so you got to expect a physical, emotional group of guys to come out of the locker room and come from play one.
Tom and J-Mac, Tom, we had you on the field earlier, and we weren't able to sneak in the question whether or not you ran into Matt Eberflus. And for you, J-Mac, did you guys at all say hello to Matt Eberflus today?
I didn't see him on the field. I know me and Danny Z was watching him on the field from the booth, walking across the field. But I actually, I would love to run into him and speak to him. I thought he was a really good, human being here. And obviously his time here in Chicago didn't go as well as I'm sure as he wanted it. But he definitely was always kind to me, and I always enjoyed, interviewing him at halftime.
I saw him, but I didn't want to say hi. I still have a bad taste. I have a bad taste in my mouth.
So he's not getting a Christmas card from you or
no
birthday card, nothing like that?
No.
Okay.
Me and the dogs are going to keep that one picture for you and your family. So listen, I don't dislike Matt at all. I wish the best for him, but it's not like he ever went out his way to come and say hi or something. But I'm a Bears fan, and that's where my loyalties lie.
That's what I love the most about you.
Love it.
You carry that thing over how many years after you were off the field, the way you feel about the Packers and these other rivalries?
It's still the same. It's still the same. The misery that it adds to my life when you do leave Lambeau or you let Green Bay get out of here and they get out of here with a win. And listen, man, that's where my loyalties are. That's where, that's where I made my livelihood, and I've been a fan of the Bears since 1961.
Jeff and Tom join us from the Hyundai booth. Jeff, we always talk about Caleb Williams and them lighting up the scoreboard by throwing it, but we always have to remind ourselves the Ben Johnson offense is predicated on running the football. With DeAndre Swift a little banged up today, do you expect them to go in a different direction or maybe running back by committee?
Well, I think you're going to see Coleman on guy. He got his touches last week. I know it was a blowout, but he got his touches. I think they want to continue to work that. They like him a lot. They do like him a lot. But if DeAndre was really banged up badly, they would have had Britton Brown up on the roster too. So I don't think that's a concern. I think he's going to be ready to go and do what he needs to do against the Cowboys. I feel the running game today is as equally important as anything we want to talk about, and to help set up what could be a big day for the tight ends with that play action. So they really do have to try to establish that and make it work, and it's going to be important moving forward, period. So Cowboys are giving up 121 a game and 410 on the ground per carry. And I would like to see them really establish that to allow them to have a nice sustained drives that lead to touchdowns and to keep this offense in Dallas off the field. I mean, as you know, they could score in a hiccup.
Yeah, guys, too, is, Roschon Johnson, he gives you that great backside protector, a blitz pickup. He can also be an edge chipper. And so Roschon Johnson, 6'2", 230, he should give you a little bit more of a physical component in the backfield. Not necessarily, even if DeAndre Swift is banged up a little bit, but you've got to start giving him the plays of protection and blitz pickup and catching out of the backfield that Roschon's capable of. So I don't want Roschon to go be a forgotten soul since he was injured at the end of training camp. If he's healthy, feed him carries and keep all of those guys fresh.
And maybe give him the ball on 3rd and 1 or 4th and 1 instead of a sneak next
Or at least don't repeat the stance.
Yeah. You talk about being a physical team, and you talked about it there. Being physical in the pass protection from a running back standpoint is criteria number one to be a successful running back that's going to have longevity in this league. But also the type of runs I want to see, right? I know we major in outside zone, but I want to see attitude runs. I want to see gap scheme runs. I want to see power. I want to see counter. I want to see duo, letting our offensive line come off the ball and displace the line of scrimmage. That's the type of game it's going to be, and we can set a precedence with getting those runs called early.
How does a shorthanded defense make it difficult for Dak Prescott?
I think that you got to, be creative with your front seven. I don't necessarily think that this is a group of defensive backs right now because of some issues they have that can go there and play straight man-up coverage. But if you can bring some alternate blitzes against Dak Prescott, bring them against unsuspecting blockers, bring them from angles of attack that you can create in the week of practice leading into today's game. You can't just, give these guys notification who and where they're coming from. It's got to be a brand of attack that it's unsuspecting.
Against the Giants in the first 3 quarters of that game last week, I watched that again last night just for some clarity, and it looked like they were just really straining through their offense. There were a lot of incompletions, some drop passes, and they really didn't do a great job establishing the run until things blew up in the fourth quarter, and then they wind up with 40 points against the Giants. The Giants have a very good defensive line. They got some really good talent, so they made it challenging. They also have lost their starting center, and you wonder how that's going to work out with Dak. It's Cooper Beebe is out. Brock Hoffman, a third-year guy out of Virginia Tech, replaces him, and he replaced Zach Martin at right guard last year. So this is a guy that definitely has experience under his belt, so I'm not too concerned that this is going to frighten him in any way to play against the Bears as a first-time starter at center this week. But he is a nasty guy, and that's what you might have to get into a real fight with these guys today. I think there's going to be a lot of chatter. There's going to be chatter again directed at the receivers and cornerbacks because CeeDee Lamb likes to chat it up, and you just wonder how that's going to take shape over the course of the game, good or bad.
Great stuff. Jeff, hang tight. I know you're standing by with Ben Johnson, so we'll get that in. Thanks to J-Mac and Tom Thayer as well. Crosstalk, as always, brought to you by Shell. Sign up for Fuel Rewards program from Shell. You can earn 25 cents per gallon on Bears game day, so check that out today. Ben Johnson will talk to Jeff Joniak. Let's see what he's got in his, big bag of fun? Is that what it was called?
Ben's big bag of fun.
That is something new that we have to build on for sure. I love that from Joniak. It is the Advantage Dealer Group pregame show. Bears and Cowboys. We're just about a half hour away from kick on the Chicago Bears radio network.
Make your game day a winner with Aurelio's Pizza, Chicagoland's oldest pizza chain since 1959. This is Joe Aurelio inviting you to indulge in our crispy thin crust, signature sauce, 100% real mozzarella, and your favorite premium toppings like our fresh ground Italian sausage. Dine in, carry out, or have it delivered. Visit AureliosPizza.com for the location nearest you. Download the Aurelio's app and start earning rewards today. Aurelio's Pizza. It's a sauce.
Crash, bang, suddenly you are on the DL. If that happens as a result of somebody else's negligence, we can help. I'm Jim Morisi, Chicago personal injury lawyer. Our experienced attorneys and support staff will talk with you during a free consultation, tell you your options, and ensure that you take the right steps throughout the entire process. Visit us at MorisiLongo.com. That's MoriciLongo.com. Your future is our priority.
Tired of losing power? Feeling powerless? Call Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric today for a free estimate on a whole home standby generator. Never be without power again. Fully installed systems starting at just $99 a month. Power your sump pump, your fridge, your freezer, your garage doors, your heating and cooling so your home stays safe and comfortable. Four Seasons is the largest and most award-winning Generac dealer in Illinois.
Right reasons. Call it 664 Seasons.
Hey, I'm ordering dinner. I was thinking burgers.
Boom! I just earned a $650 bonus for opening up a checking account at Old National Bank. Sorry, what'd you say? Burgers?
No, I definitely said 40-ounce dry-aged tomahawk steaks. Yep, with those little sauteed mushrooms.
Earn up to a $650 bonus when you open an eligible checking account and complete qualifying activities. Visit oldnational.com/checking and get old. Member FDIC. Additional restrictions apply. Offer valid through October 31st, 2025.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall cover, and glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Reason number 354 to visit the city of Countryside, Chicago's Western Gateway. How about Flag Creek Golf Course, one of the finest 9-hole golf courses in the Chicagoland area? This Greg Martin designed course offers something for every skill of golfer. Conveniently located off of I-55 and 294. So book your tee time today at flagcreekgolfcourse.com. Looking for a new home base? Visit the city of Countryside, Chicago's Western Gateway.
That's you trying to fix the plumbing yourself to save a few bucks. Doing things yourself doesn't always end well. The same goes for insurance. That's why Auto Owners works with local independent agents who tailor coverage to meet your needs and offer discounts for life, home, car, and business insurance. Because sometimes you need a professional to get the job done right. That's simple human sense.
Ask Arrakis Group in Bartlett if Auto Owners make sense for you.
In Chicago, football isn't just a game, it's a way of life. And when the Bears hit the field, there's only one drink that brings the flavor, Dr. Pepper. It's bold, it's original, it's the best 23 flavors in football. So whether you're cheering in the stadium, tailgating in the lot, or yelling from afar, make sure you've got Dr. Pepper in hand. Go Bears, and drink up. It's a pepper drink.
Chicago's home for sports is the home of the Chicago Bears. ESPN Chicago.
Sylvie takes your calls at halftime on ESPN Chicago.
Keep that number handy. It's the Dr. Pepper hotline at 312-332-3776. I'll take your calls at halftime, and then, of course, Peggy and Yurko will take your calls in the post-game show. We'll get our game predictions here shortly, but right now let's return to the voice of the Bears, Jeff Joniak. He's standing by with the head coach, Ben Johnson.
We're back at Soldier Field for Week 3 and a visit from the Dallas Cowboys. Welcome, everybody, with Bears head coach Ben Johnson. I'm Jeff Joniak. Home cooking today, Ben, and establishing home dominance is significant, of course. I don't know if we talk about it enough, actually, but you want teams to eventually, and today would be best to have it happen. Dread playing the Bears and playing in this stadium.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. I think Tom Brady said something this week just about the aura that Soldier Field has, and so I really believe in that as well. Having competed here for the last few years, there's something special about this place, and we certainly want to bring back that dominance at home. I think the old school way of thinking has been if you can sweep at home and then you can split half of your away games, then you're going to be a pretty darn good team and you're going to go to the playoffs. And so that's really the formula that we're looking to emulate.
And to get that done, it's going to take a complete game today.
I got a tremendous amount of respect for these guys. It's an explosive offense. They've got a number of playmakers over there, and I think their quarterback's playing at a really high level. I think probably top 5 in the league right now. And so we're going to have our hands full looking to slow them down. We're going to have to play great red zone defense because they're going to get a few plays here, but if we can keep them to scoring field goals instead of touchdowns, that'll go a long way for us. And then for us on offense, I think the guys that have been here do have a good feel for Coach Eberflus and his defense and schematically what challenges present themselves, but certainly the personnel is the number one thing. They're really strong in the inside there at the defensive tackle position, really D-line in general, and so we'll have to do a good job up front here today.
Is it a day-to-day pull and press on what you know guys are capable of doing and what not? Are you still learning that across the board, all your coaches, even just given situational moments in games, or are you getting closer to that?
We have a really good grasp of what these guys are good at this point, and we're trying our best to put them in a good spot to be able to showcase those skill sets. And so, I can speak offensively. We look at plays and what we think will attack a certain scheme, and then we'll reverse engineer it from there. Well, where do we want to put so-and-so or so-and-so so that they can best utilize this route? That's one thought of it. And I know DA does the same thing on his side of the ball, just starting with the scheme and then putting our guys around it to put them in the best place to be able to succeed.
Caleb Williams, and I'm using what you did the other day, the visual of a graph, up, down, whatever. That's a part of being a stock. He's a stock, isn't he?
Oh, yeah. There's no doubt. And, I really believe that when you get the process right And I'm talking about your preparation and how you go about your business and your approach. You say being a pro, that's really what I'm talking about. When you get that right, the results will end up coming. And I really think he is in a good spot right now in terms of what his Monday looks like, Tuesday looks like, Wednesday, and so on and so forth. I really believe in what's going on with him right now, and so we will see improvement from week 1 to week 18 here, and it's not going to be linear. There'll be some bumps along the way as we go, but I just truly believe in how his approach is going to impact the results on the field.
Honestly, my takeaway from just observing him this week in the locker room, having fun with his guys right before practice, there's some energy, laughing. He was great at the podium. He came in a great mood. That peace of mind of, where knowledge meets preparation and knowledge becomes power. Do you think that sneaks into a player's personality throughout the building?
There's no doubt. I mean, he's always been a really confident player to start with, and I think not just him, but this entire offense, they're seeing what we're doing on game day, and although we haven't had one of those games yet where we've completely lit up the scoreboard, they see how close we are. This thing is, we're just so talented on that side of the ball. It's just a matter of time before we have one of these 30, 40 point games, and we're going to keep chipping away until we get there.
All right, a little more into the weeds in the matchup. I know you've mentioned Kenny Clark. Every time I get ready for a game, I always have Kenny Clark. He was 16-0 against the Bears in his first 16 games against the Bears. They finally beat him in January. He's had success. He's done a lot of damage. Is he still the same type of player with the Dallas Cowboys?
I mean, are you kidding me? He's the biggest pain in the rear that there is. And I'm just glad he's out of the division.
How about that record, though?
I know. He's something else. And so, we're going to have to account for him. I know our guys up front, they're looking forward to this challenge. And as much as we can, we tried to generate this game plan to get two bodies on them, and when we do have only one guy matched up one-on-one, we're going to have to be at our best and rise to the occasion.
All right, Dak Prescott, he's been through a lot in his career, keeps coming up the other side, competitive, in a good place, maybe playing some of his best ball in a little while here.
There's no question. This guy, he's a special player, really accurate, trust these pass catchers. You can tell that he knows where he wants them to be. They're spending a lot of time to make sure their passing game's on point. Total control of the game. I alluded to the cadence issues that he presents. He gets guys to jump off sides almost every week. So it's just showing the mastery he has, and not only of the offense, but the ability to manipulate the defenders as well. So he's playing at a really high level. I don't know if you can truly stop a player like that. We're just looking to slow him down as much as we can, and the best way to do that is to get after him with a pass rush. And so we haven't had enough of that over the first two games, and we're looking to improve that here this week.
I've never asked you this yet. We all, as fans, even media guys and me, from being around here a long time, have this vision of a Newt Rockne speech before the game, right, night before. I don't know how you are. Are you willing to rip behind the curtain a little bit? What do you like last night when you tell the players in your final team meeting, or do you talk to them this morning?
Each week's different. Sometimes you need to have a little bit of juice the night before the game. Other times they're already geeked up and they're ready to go. It kind of depends on the week and depends on the flow. I think the worst thing that can happen is that you go out there and you have the same routine every week, and guys get a little bit stale, and you just get lulled by it. And so I try to change it up. Like I said, each week's its own entity, and end of the day, we'll do whatever's best to get our guys ready to go.
All right, lastly, name of the game today.
Name of the game is we got to out-physical this team. Great situational football, red zone, third down, and 2 minute. That's what we're looking to do.
Good luck. We'll talk to you after the game.
Yep. Thanks, Jeff.
That's Bears head coach Ben Johnson. Now back to Mark Silverman, Tom Waddle, and Deion Miller. Guys?
Hopefully we'll see Ben Johnson's big bag of fun.
Yeah.
Our predictions coming up here. First, let's pause 10 seconds for all of our stations to identify themselves. This is the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
This is the home of the Bears. ESPN Chicago. WMVP, WTBC HD2, Chicago.
Let's make our predictions right now. This is a tough game to call. It's brought to you by Four Seasons. No tough decision when it comes to calling Four Seasons. They are the best in the business. Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. Whether you have a plumbing, electrical, or heating emergency, you got to call my guys at Four Seasons for same-day installation and service with no extra charge for nights, weekends, or holidays. Call 866-4-SEASONS. That's 866-4 Seasons. All right, Dion, what do you like?
Oh, I'm going back and forth. I have not seen anything from the Bears defense that lends me to believe they will hold Dallas to below 30 points. I'm going 31-28 Cowboys.
Show yourself
Sorry,
out.
Dion Downer. Dion Downer.
There's a door.
I'm again Dion Downer. Sorry.
Listen, it's been reality here for this organization over the course of the last several months, if not years. I mean, they find themselves on the wrong end of the scoreboard. I think that changes today.
Oh.
I actually believe I'm going to predict the very predictable, and that's going to be a high-scoring game. I don't see the Dallas Cowboys stopping the Bears offense. I don't really see the Bears offense stopping the Dallas Cowboys passing attack. So I would say 34-31, an opportunity for this Bears offense to have one of those signature performances with Ben Johnson as their head coach.
I have a very similar score, Waddle. I have 34-30 Bears. Somehow, some way they get it done. And the Cowboys score on virtually every possession that they have the football, but they all come from Brandon Aubrey. So I have them down with 10 field goals.
That's odd, yeah.
10 they are scoring 10 field goals. They go 10 for 11 on drives, but the Bears beat them 34-30. Look, I got to come up with some creativity here, right?
That is creative.
Let's turn the tide.
And maybe not most importantly, but very importantly, I don't want to have this conversation with either of you next week about the intensity of how they played and the effort that they gave.
Facts, yes.
Because that should not be a question at all. You may not come out on the right end of the scoreboard, but it can't be because of effort. So I want that part of this conversation that we've had today to be put in the past.
Next week we'll be in Vegas. So.
Well, okay, if we're talking about effort, it's going to be about our effort staying up as late as we can.
And then bringing it on Sunday.
There you go. Wait a minute. You are not, first of all, I know you. You are not staying up as late as you can. And your late as you can is like 11 probably.
If I make it that late.
And Waddle and I have no desire to do that either.
I was in bed at 8 o'clock last night. 8 o'clock.
I'm kind of jealous of that, actually.
It's a game night, you know?
Yeah.
You have to prepare for the next day.
Correct.
I like that, Waddle. It's a different Tom Waddle these days.
Yeah, and I slept till 7.
Wow.
So, I mean, do the math. I should be well rested.
You should be.
I'm still tired.
That's why you brought so much effort to this pregame show.
Yeah,
of course.
Speaking of scores right now, how about this? If I'm reading this correctly, the Browns and the Packers are tied with 17 seconds left at 10 apiece. And it looks to me like the Browns have the football, and they're driving in Green Bay territory with maybe a chance to win. That would be something if the Browns, look, weird stuff happens in football these days.
The Packers had an opportunity to kick a field goal to take the lead. It was blocked. A blocked field goal gave the ball back to the Cleveland Browns.
Mm-hmm, and they are driving.
The Vikings have won easily, or they're winning. It's 48-10 over the Bengals. And the other really good game right now, it looks like the Rams are driving, trailing the Eagles by a point, 27-26, with 13 seconds left. It looks like the Rams have the football at Philadelphia's 33-yard line. So we could get some upsets here in this early window. And hopefully the Bears can outlast the Cowboys. Let's see if it's going to be a shootout. It could be an interesting weather day as some clouds are already starting to roll in here. I'll take your calls at halftime at 312-332-3776. That's a wrap from here at the Dr. Pepper patio. This has been the Advantage Dealer Group pregame show on the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
At Bell Tire, we don't just care about tires. We care about you.
Bell Tire.
We care about you too, Tire Man.